call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran off her medication. She's over at the safe haven. Check in 12, we'll check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2 star, take your shot.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Rosie, for joining us today on this. Oh, shoot. Hold on one second. There we go. Come on. There we go, StreamYard. On this special day, we got the court hearing today. 2 Mountain Time, 3 Central, 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific. So we will have that live. I know. We'll have that when it goes live. In the meantime, we're going to be hanging out, just going over different things. Regarding the Idaho4 case, we've been covering a lot of other cases here too. In the meantime, so I'm kind of excited to kind of go through some things as well. So I'm going to play a short clip of what the court hearing is going to be about, real quick, and then we'll go ahead and get into the show. But how are you, Rosie? How's everything going over there? How's the weather?
It's cooler today. Thank goodness. It's yeah. And for you? Well, the storm.
Yeah, the storms were crazy. That's why I didn't get any sleep. I had to bump back to live just a skosh. But yeah, we had, even when I woke up this morning, because I was waking up all morning, I just didn't get any sleep. But it was like even up until 7 in the morning, 8 in the morning, we were still having crazy stuff. I literally, this was crazy. I literally, for the first time ever last night, I had to take a shoestring off a shoe and tie it to the doorknob of my screen door and then bring the string inside and then tie it around the doorknob just so the screen door didn't fly off the hinges. It was crazy. It was crazy.
Creative. Yeah. I wouldn't have thought to do that.
Yeah, it wouldn't stay shut. The wind was just too much, and I was like, I had to figure out something, so I just took a shoestring and tied it on both knobs, and it worked out pretty good. But it's a pain in the butt when you're trying to get the knot out when you have wind constantly yanking at that knot for hours upon hours. So yeah, you had to get a fork and undo it, but it is what it is. But yeah, so we're going to be going through a couple things. Thank you, everybody, for hopping in. Appreciate you. I'm going to get to your ticket numbers as we get into the show. This is just a little clip about what the court hearing is going to be about, just so everybody has a really good understanding of exactly what they're going to be talking about. I'll share John Judge's YouTube as well. And then, like I said, we'll be going through a couple other things for the show. So please hit the like if you haven't yet. I'm going to drop Rosie's sub in chat in a minute. And if you're not sub, please go sub. And we'll check out this video real quick here. There we go.
From another important hearing in the case against the man accused of killing 4 U of I students in 2022. Brian Kohberger's defense team filed several motions within the last month, which will all be taken up at this hearing Wednesday. In one of those motions, they're asking the court to allow certain experts and investigators to view investigative genetic genealogy material, IgG, released by prosecutors. They say access is necessary to investigate how and when Kohberger was identified as a suspect. His defense also filed a motion to move his case out of Latah County. It's expected attorneys will address scheduling his trial during this hearing as well. That hearing is scheduled for 2 p.m. Mountain Time.
2 p.m. Mountain Time. Now, this right here, and this is going on live actually as we speak. There's an Idaho murderer, Thomas Creech, scheduled for execution this morning. So, as always, here's the link for that. This is actually live taking place right now. It says the man Thomas Creech was convicted of killing 5 people. He has been on Idaho's death row for decades. For more details, here's the article. So Creech killed his cellmate with a sock full of batteries. How do you get a sock full of batteries when you're in prison? 1981, and has been on death row ever since. He's one of the nation's longest standing death row inmates.
We pick up the phone because it's ringing.
Oh, no. I don't have the energy to do the coffee ad this morning. I'm sorry. So, Rosie, you had a new video that was it last night that you put it up?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, earlier.
Critical questions number 4. Is that the one? Number 4. We're going to show those here in a little bit, too, because I wanted to go through those. When it comes to the episode number 4, what are you kind of digging into in that one for the critical questions?
So I was just responding to the last 3 questions of one of my subscribers, Michael, who posted some really great questions. And he was sort of mostly wanting to know about the 911 caller, and then he had some questions about the sheath as well. So it actually, to be honest, a lot of what I said wasn't new, and I did say that in the video, but it was kind of like the same information that still applied to different questions. So the sheath came up quite a bit.
Yeah, the sheath always comes up quite a bit. It's going to come up in the court hearing today because one of the things that they are asking for is for the availability for certain people to view the IgG evidence when it comes to their team, which they should be. I don't know why they wouldn't be. It wouldn't, but I guess it's a process. But this inmate. Now I'm wondering, does anybody know what method they're using? Are they doing right? Because they had issues with the lethal. Remember, that's why they passed the law when it comes to having a firing squad also. Now there's a lot of I should say word that has been spread for a long time that there's a shortage for the chemicals, and there's not really a shortage for the chemicals when it comes to the lethal injection chemicals. The other countries that we get the chemicals from in order to perform the lethal injections, they don't agree with the death row approach, and so they have stopped allowing the country to purchase such chemicals at a rate that we were before, because they don't agree with it. So it's their way of standing up against executions. So this whole time, it's always been put out in the news that there's a shortage, and just like there's a shortage of everything else, there wasn't a shortage. The country stopped. They stopped allowing us to purchase the chemicals in that kind of mass quantity. Very interesting.
If that's what you want to do, but also, no matter what you disagree with, it's not your country's decision, is it? I mean,
hey, morals over money,
Yeah,
So
I don't agree with death penalty, but I suppose,
yeah. I mean, I can't knock them. Morals over money. It's one or the other. It's either one or the other. When it comes to this life that we live. So, yeah, I'm going to check this out real quick as we get into it. I thought it was kind of interesting. Shout out to the community for dropping this info. By the way, I opened up an Idaho folder, info drop folder for the Everyone Discord group. So I'm going to be getting into the HTC Coburger message board, and I went ahead and dropped that PDF file in the Idaho4 info drop for everybody to also have as well. So any links that I do share for the show for a specific case, if it ends up being too long, also I will drop it in the info drop as well, so you all can have the links. If you're not able to get them on the show, you can get them in the info drop folders. So we're going to check this out real quick. This is just a short clip about this execution here that's going on live. Thomas Creech. Does anybody know the method that's going to be used? What's up, everybody? Thank you for hopping in. Man, that is loud. I'll just go ahead and mute it. What's up, everybody? Does anybody know? No stay. No stay of execution yet. What time is it scheduled for? I just seen it come across and y'all dropped it. Dropped it in the group there. They could be doing nitrogen, like a gat. Oh, the mask. That's true too. Yeah, the mask. The mask. You'll get info at 1 p.m. It was scheduled for 10 a.m. Mountain. Basically over. Since 1981. All right, let me see here. Let's share John Judge's YouTube. If you do not have a subscription to John Judge's YouTube, there's the link for you. So if I don't see it come up live, just let me know in chat and we'll go ahead and head to it. And is it okay if we play that episode, Rosie?
Of course.
Critical questions number 4. All right, hold on. And there was an update on the UGA, the nurse. There was an update this morning as well, so we'll check that out for a minute here in a second. This is True Crime Over Time with Rosie's Video Critical Questions number 4. She's got a series going on, so definitely go check it out and make your own playlist when it comes to it. Here you go. I love the music too.
Thank you.
Injection. Wow.
It is injection.
Was it so? It's lethal injection is what they're doing. They're not doing the mask. They're not doing the mask.
Have they actually said what they're doing?
Wow.
Or
I'm surprised. I'm surprised with lethal injection because after what's his name in Alabama, remember the lethal the lethal injection, they couldn't get a vein.
Oh.
Yeah, they were like tried for 4 hours. They were trying everything to get this guy to get they couldn't find a vein for the lethal injection. They couldn't find a damn vein for like 4 hours, and so they had to delay it. And so they had to they also used a gas mask. But the dude was basically with the way that they were doing it, he just suffocated.
That must be the most terrifying thing, though. For 4 hours.
And he was. They were asking him to do all sorts of stuff to try and get a vein, and he just refused. He's like, "I'm not going to help you," you know. So then they had to delay it, and they delayed it for 2 years, and then he himself wanted to do that method that ended up working, but basically he had a gas mask, a mask that covered your head, and then the air they put in a gas that it's not oxygen. So you can't breathe it, you know what I mean? So that's what happens. You suffocate. So the stuff that so yeah, I'm surprised that when it comes to the countries not offering that chemical, and also what if you are on death row and you are mentally going there, and then they can't get a vein from you. I think there's maybe that's just a sign that there should just be another way to do it, I suppose. Highly recommend Ted Bundy movie. That's why I try to get blood. They can never find a vein.
Me as well. They have to use a pediatric needle for me. The one for the kids.
Like same too. Like me too. Like they have to, I don't know, because I used to go donate, blood and stuff like that, different drives and stuff. I haven't in the last year, but for different drives and stuff like that. What's up, Hatsoon? Maybe nitrogen method hasn't been approved. Yeah. All right, let's get to this critical questions 4. So these are based from questions in your comment section.
Yeah.
Cool.
This episode was Michael B.
Cool. Michael B. Shout out Michael B. Hey, comments are great on the videos.
You're doing amazing today. Thank you so much for joining me, and welcome to part 4 of Critical Questions. So today we're going to get into the remainder of Michael's questions. There's just 3 questions left, and then, as I said, from next week we'll be getting into the new questions that have already come in. So there'll be, quite a lot of names coming up. Thank you so much for sending me all of these questions that you guys have been sending me. I did not expect you guys to respond so well. I am so happy. I am so grateful. Thank you. And the questions are all good. Just like Michael's, they're all really, really good questions. So thank you, everyone. All right. So the first question of Michael's for today is, who told the police in the 911 call there's an unconscious person here? Now, there's a couple of things that I'd like to look at when it comes to the person or persons who made this call. And a lot of them are not new. They came up in part 1. And so in terms of, what I think about it and some of the information, there are repeats, but it's the same information that pertains to a different question. So, same info, different question, if that makes sense. But firstly, I wanted to look at the fact that the report was made by multiple people who passed the phone around. So one person initiated the call, but the reporting of this crime seemed to be a kind of collaborative task, in my opinion. I don't know if you guys agree. I've always wondered, why that would be. Like, how and why did this become some kind of a shared responsibility in a way? I've always kind of gotten stuck on that one. I'd love to know what you guys think. Another point that I want.
And we'll go ahead and talk about that for a minute too. What do you think? Like, in your opinion, what do you think about it exactly?
That's something I've never really.
Yeah.
I've never understood that. I mean, I feel like it was something that they were trying to share in a way so that it was less intense for one person to have to deal with that, if that makes sense. I don't know if there was some kind of a panic or if there was chaos, but that, I mean, honestly, that's always just really, I've never gotten that. I don't, have you?
Well, this is kind of what I've felt like, if that's what took place. I feel like people, when it comes, I've always discussed the scent, okay, and how strong that scent would be. And if the phone was passed around from one to the next to the next to the next, I feel like it's because people were trying to go in to see, or to try, and because you're on the phone,
Yeah.
somebody's coming out because they saw somebody laying on the ground. You know, you're on the phone and you're going to try and walk in there and go up there and be on the 911 call, but you can only make it so far. So you go back outside and you go, "Here, dude, you try." And then that guy grabs the phone and walks in and tries to go up there and can only go so far, and comes back outside and says, "Here, you try." That's the only thing I can think of why that would be passed around if it was. Because they would have had a hard time even going in there trying to. The scent, it's like the best way I can explain it to people is it's like smelling salt times a shit ton.
Yeah.
It's not that smell, it's the potency of what I'm talking
Yeah.
about.
Yeah.
And
I know.
think about yourself snapping a frickin' smelling salt, and then take that times a billion, and tell me if you can walk through that. Your body literally won't allow you to like breathe. It's crazy.
Yeah, but I kind of wonder about the the unconscious person.
Yeah.
If the phone was passed around to so many people, how is it, that not one of them said it for what it was as well? That it sounds pre-discussed to me.
Well, there's a lot of things when you look up the fraternities and sororities, right? They have they have a plan of action that they have to follow. With the sororities and fraternities, there's always this how do I explain it? The hierarchy, the structure, the almost like a Bill of Rights and a declaration, and just all this stuff together. There's like structure and how you do this, and if this happens, and this, and this is one of them. When there's a tragedy that happens like this, they have to figure out a plan of action for themselves. And so I feel like you know there's already the understanding, because I think a lot of the chatter that was taking place on social media was because they were sharing with each other what was going on, and then it gets to the frat and the sorority leaders, and you have to figure, it's a planet, just like the university did. They set up a team in a headquarters before MPD and the coroner were even there, and they were out going to interview fraternities and sororities right after they set up the headquarters. It's the same thing with the sororities. They get their structure from the universities as well. And so when you already have that in place, and then also, when it comes to all of the rug passings that have taken place in that region and all across the country, there's specific laws now that protect people for calling in situations where there is an OD. And so to protect those individuals, they do keep the 911 calls sealed, and they also protect the person that is calling or making the call for any kind of paraphernalia or any other substances that might be there, because the main goal is to make sure that that person can have medical assistance that needs it. And they label it as an unconscious person, according to Idaho. So there's so many different possibilities just with the unconscious person alone.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know any of that. That's really interesting. It's quite different here. And also, I say this every single time. I don't know anything about fraternities or sororities. I have to keep reminding people that I just don't come from a country where that exists as well. So I trip on it a lot.
Oh, you're good. No, it's the whole unconscious thing. It's an amnesty law that they have there, where they can they can call, if it is called in for an OD, there's protection, and it's labeled as a unconscious person for that amnesty law. So we'll get to this. More questions. Geez, how many did he have in there? 7?
Yeah, so I did the others in a different episode. I was just doing the end ones because otherwise the videos are too long, and I my attention span's not as good as the average person.
Wow. So, I mean, shout out to Michael B. That's
he's the best.
And it looks very outlined and nice and put together too. So shout out, because that definitely takes some time too. So thank you all to the community that that come in here and hang out or support or even leave these great comments on the videos. We appreciate it.
Want to look at is the fact that they reported an unconscious person. So a lot of people have spoken about this because it's very obvious and very weird. So 2 things here. Instead of reporting 4 victims, they reported an individual victim, and instead of reporting a homicide, they reported a loss of consciousness. So why would that be? I don't know. I couldn't say for sure. I think if anybody tried to answer that, it would just be speculative. But I do want to show you guys this. I don't know about you guys, but I really like Chase Hughes. The whole behavior panel, actually. Okay, so here's this interview with Chase Hughes. And there's some information about him here. It says retired U.S. Navy chief and Harvard-educated neuroscientist, which I didn't know. That's actually really cool. And basically, he's a behavioral investigator. So a lot of information in this interview is about interrogation techniques and deception detection. So I just want to skip to this part. And remember that we're looking at this decision to report an individual victim who was not clearly deceased but unconscious. And here's this term mentioned in the interview, severity softening. So instead of saying, and I'm literally going to do it now, unalived, somebody will say hurt. It says they'll soften the severity when any reasonable, normal person would be comfortable using these words. Okay, so that obviously doesn't apply on YouTube. We all have to do that for different reasons. But that really does make sense. When you have something really horrible to report, your goal is to get the information across. You have something that you need to convey, and even though it is unpleasant and the words that go with it are very unpleasant, your priority is to get that information out there. And a reasonable person would say it for what it is. They would say it in the words that it should be said because it's an emergency, you know? So is this person or people minimizing and softening severity in this call? You know, I don't know because obviously we haven't heard the call, so it's difficult to say. But it is one of the options. You know, anything's possible, especially with this case. And I'm not saying that the caller was in any way involved in the crime, but I really do find some of their choices really interesting. You know, with minimizing the amount of victims and not fully explaining what was happening. A lot of what they said was a very watered down version of the truth, which I find interesting. I mean, I think that it is strange. I don't know what it means, but it's notable. Okay, so another thing that I wanted to mention again, and I did also talk about this in part 1, is the decision not to use their own phone. And I've always found this really interesting. And in part 1, I said I thought that it was showing their boundaries. So, you know, they're getting involved, but still distancing themselves quite well. And I do think that. But what I didn't mention in part 1 is the fact that not using their own phone is one thing. But the fact that they used one of the surviving roommates' phones is an entirely other thing. They actually had in their hands a significant piece of evidence in this crime, and they used it to make a call. So when did this 911 caller arrive on scene? When did they take possession of this phone? How long did they have it for? When did they give it back? Who said they could use it? Who gave it to them? And most importantly, who had it at the time of 4 a.m. to 4:25 a.m.?
Great question.
I know it may seem obvious that the forensic downloads in the 4 a.m. time frame relate to the surviving roommates texting one another. And that's something that a lot of people say, and it's been said so much that it's become taken as fact. But do we actually know that? You know, it was probably texting, but again, we don't know. So let's be careful of assuming that the behavior of a phone is a reflection of the behavior of its rightful owner as well. Because why did this 911 caller have somebody else's phone in their possession, and for how long? You know, there's a lot that we don't know, and I think that level of suspicion around midday needs to also be applied to the 4 a.m. time frame. Because when it comes to a case like this, everything is important. And I know that midday is quite a few hours later from 4 a.m., but we can already see that this phone was not in the possession of its owner later. So a natural question for me, I don't know about you guys, but for me is, when did that happen? How long was this phone not in the possession of the person that it belonged to? Okay, the next question of Michael's is...
And I'm going to go ahead and pause it right there, and we'll go ahead and chat about that too. Man, you brought up some really great points and great questions as well.
Yeah, so I mean, I was just trying to think, like, what was the movement of this device? Because we know it was literally being passed around at midday. So what was happening with it at 4 a.m.? We have no actual information on what is in that forensic download. We just know that there is one. So we can guess, but, you know, what do we know about it? Clearly people were using each other's phones. So,
yeah. And it's like, you know, and I see a lot of people talking about the unconscious. Let me share this link. I made this video. Oh, hold on. It's been so long. Let me look here. Because this will explain it. I even showed the doc. Let's see. Unconscious person. Because we were going into Sigma Chi and, you know, the hierarchy and all that. The 8-hour delay. Let's see. Don't announce until plan of action. That's the 8-hour delay. Where's the... Right here. Was 911 call really for unconscious person in OD or another reason? So here is that. So I go through all of the amnesty law when it comes to unconscious person and such. So if anybody wants to click that, there you go.
Thank you. I'm going to catch up on that.
Yeah.
Was the delay to allow time to clean the house of substances, etc.? So a lot of people have mentioned this being a party house. So that holds, certain implications. It's not impossible that there were substances on the property, and if the police didn't find any, then obviously that would mean they were disposed of. But again, that's not something we know. That's not information that we really have access to. So it's hard to comment without more information. But this time gap brings me back to the same point that I made in episode 1, and that's, whatever was done in this time gap took priority over the fear of the perpetrator returning to the scene. And I think that's something that should have been on their minds quite a bit, especially if the perpetrator had seen one of them. Or if there was at least a chance that the perpetrator had seen one of them, coming from the fact that one of the surviving roommates saw him. So was she wondering, did he see me? Am I okay? Is he coming back? And what this, keeps flagging for me is that calling 911, despite just being the right thing to do, should also have been for their own peace of mind and their own safety. So what could possibly stop that for them?
That's a really, I'm going to pause it right there. That is a really excellent point.
So that's something, I think I mentioned this in the first episode. I mean, where I come from, we have a lot of violent crime. And there are a lot of home invasions. The majority of us have had at least one home invasion in our life.
That's crazy.
We always, the first thing I hear is, are they coming back? Am I okay? I hear that so much. And I've said that before. Like I said, we've all had a home invasion at least once. And to not have some kind of an urgency for the sake of yourself, to be like,
right,
send help, not necessarily just for the people around you. That there's absolutely no urgency there in who was called, and I find that strange. I can't see that as normal. To not want to get help, aren't you afraid? You can see what's happened, so yeah.
It's a really excellent point, because it's something that should be said even more honestly. Not that point doesn't get brought up enough. You're calling for your own safety too,
right? Yeah.
Exactly. Everybody's so focused on well, it wasn't taking place, the time length. But when you broke it down, this is about not only your friends, this is about your own safety. Right. So why wouldn't you have placed that call?
This person 100. Apparently saw you, so that must be terrifying. The first thing you want to do is not be alone there, or to at least get some kind of official professional help. I don't get it. It's
right. Yeah. It's a great point. One of the best points so far. You call for yourself as well if you're not calling for the person that's in the same household. If you're not calling for them, you're at least calling for yourself because you want yourself safe too. Great point.
I really don't know. I have no idea, but whatever it was extremely high priority. Okay, so the last question of Michael's is a little bit intricate. So I'm just going to simplify the question a little bit to this. Assuming the sheath was not planted or staged, why did Dylan Mortensen not notice the knife in the hand of the perpetrator? Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys, I really don't know a lot about knives and K-bars and these kinds of weapons. So I don't know what can be done to secure them or conceal them, and stuff like that. But I do assume that if the PCA's narrative were accurate, the perpetrator would not really want to return to his vehicle with the weapon visible in his hand. And, similarly, he wouldn't want to walk home with the weapon visible in his hand. So it is really mysterious what he may have done with it and how he would have transported it. But I think that it's very unlikely that he would walk around carrying it once he had left the scene. So I think that it's possible that at some point he had, made some attempt to hide the weapon. I just, I don't know how. But I do want to show you guys just a little bit of this article by Hazelwood and Napier. It's called Crime Scene Staging and Its Detection. It's a 2004 publication, and I'm just going to read the definition that is on page 745. Okay, so it says here, it is defined as the purposeful alteration of a crime or crime scene in an attempt to mislead investigators and frustrate the criminal justice process. So the implication of this is that it's something that the perpetrator does. Not the police or anything like that. I mean, I know that's come up, but the likelihood, I don't know. But some of you may know that CJ made some really good points when I spoke with him the other night in his live show. And he made a really compelling argument for the fact that the perpetrator of this crime would not bring the sheath handheld. And the fact that it was where it was means that he didn't attach the sheath to his person because it wouldn't have fallen off like that. And if I'm understanding Michael's question correctly, that's pretty much the same thing he was saying in the first part of his question. So, I agree with that. I agree with both Michael and CJ on this, that it isn't very likely that this person would have this implement, a sheath, that's supposed to make this thing easier to transport, but then just not use it and then walk around carrying a knife in its sheath. That sounds a little bit far-fetched to me. And CJ is quite sure that the K-bar, or fairly sure, let me not put words in his mouth, but he's sure that, the K-bar and the sheath were a part of the household.
Yeah,
and that's something that I think is highly possible. What we would need to probably know about is, fingerprints, because they've mentioned, the button snap, but if it belonged to the household, I think there would probably be fingerprints of some of the victims on it. And, in all honesty, that's not actually something we know. A lot of people say the sheath was clean of all DNA except for the button snap. We don't really know that. So maybe there could have been fingerprints of the actual victims on the sheath, and we haven't been told that. But that's something we would need to know in order to determine if that sheath was a part of the household. But if not, then, a lot of people jump to this possibility of planting, that, that the sheath was planted. And I'm not saying that isn't possible, but planting does sort of imply that it was done after the fact, if you think about it. And another type of planting that would have happened immediately is this thing here of staging. Now, of course, as always, this is speculative. I'm not insisting this happened, but I don't think that this idea of the perpetrator having staged the sheath is all that impossible. If you look at this definition of trying to mislead investigators, I think that is something that the perpetrator would have maybe considered. Whoever committed this crime is a lot of things, a lot of terrible things, but I don't think that they're stupid. And I'm starting to wonder if maybe this idea of staging is possible. What if the perpetrator wanted all of this confusion, and the sheath was always meant to be found despite not really being involved in the attack? maybe it's a possibility that it was some kind of a misdirection. And the reason that I think that might be possible is because I've always wondered if it was a little bit too conveniently located, a little bit too easy, a little bit too straightforward. But that's just, my opinion. So I'm not sure.
So, do you? I'm kind of like. I think it can be as simple as the DNA dirty glove opening up the strap to see if there's any DNA on the inside of the strap, and them holding that strap open would be them having their glove on that button snap, which is where the touch was found. I have that's what I have to question more than anything.
I think that's, regardless, that's probably
What's up, AR?
very, very likely in terms of his Koberger's DNA. I was just thinking that if there were fingerprints from either Kaylee or Maddie on the sheath, they probably wouldn't have said so.
No, because they're not suspects, right? Yeah, and I get a lot of those comments too, like they didn't, even in that video where I talk about why I feel the sheath was Maddie or Kaylee's, and even in that video, they're like, it couldn't be either one of those because their DNA wasn't found on it. And I'm sitting there going, are you really serious? You really think that their DNA is not on that sheath? Like, for real?
No, it is.
Like, what?
I think that's possible. I think what I can definitely say, and from chatting with you the other night, is that it's not the perpetrator's sheath.
No.
I mean, it wasn't used in the crime. At least,
you're not performing Batman stunts with a sheath in your hand.
Right.
If you're going in there to commit a crime and you already have it in your head that you're gonna hold it, like, I don't know how you got away with everything that you got away with inside the property. Now that's a stupid holding the sheath in one hand and the knife in the other is as stupid as you driving and leaving the crime scene with what supposedly took place. I mean, that matches up completely because it's Joe Dirt. It's Joe Dirt. But when you're going in there and you're able to do that and in that amount of time, that effectively, without you leaving any kind of other DNA besides what's on the button snap, I mean, I don't know how the light must have been shining down on you, because I don't know how in the hell you would have even got past round 2 if that's your approach to commit the crime.
That's not someone leaving the sheath behind.
No.
I agree with you there. Yes, and that is something that Michael was also kind of saying. He was saying something really similar in the beginning of his question. So I think that's a really good point that maybe people should be looking at a little bit more, is the sheath was not dropped there.
No.
It was there somehow, but not as an accident or dropped. I just don't see that.
Yeah, and our government's not going to have a military knife that's been out for decades for the soldiers if it comes off in a struggle inside of a college dorm room. You know what I mean? They're not going to supply our troops with that kind of weaponry. So come on, let's be real. It didn't just fly off during a struggle. Our military's not going to offer. It's not going to happen. So that's why I'm like, and the person's not going to hold it. They're going to need that hand, and it's not going to come off in a struggle. So that's why I came to the conclusion. That's why I just feel like it was Maddie or Kaylee's, because they would have been the one that would have had it in the other hand. because they didn't know if they needed to use it or not. And if they didn't need to use it right when, geez, Jimmy, why are you scaring me? And then she just puts it back into the sheath. You know, it could have been she didn't know. She didn't know who was there, and that's why she didn't know if she had to use it or not. I want to say thank you to Bonnie M. Contribution call out. Give me 1 second. Gifted membership. Let me get that screen up there, and it looks like Beckles was given the gifted membership. Thank you very much. Definitely go check out the members only that we had. We had a special treat for the members there when we covered that Indiana Alabama manhunt. Crazy interview that we had. We'll be having more members only stuff coming up here this weekend, and in a couple weeks as well. We're going to be doing some more on location, getting some footage and stuff for you guys. So that stuff will be coming soon. Delphi will be next on the list. We'll be going back up to Delphi. So yeah, great point. And then for anybody that's just hopping in too, I think the best point so far was the delay is crazy when it comes to the 911 call, but her point is just 150 spot on. You're not only calling 911 for whoever else is in your property, but you'd be damn calling 911 for your own safety. And so again, when it comes to the delay, why was the delay that long when you would call for yourself? You would call for yourself just to be safe. Great points. Great video. Here's the link to this video. Go show some love on it for her, and we're going to get in to the next one here. Oh, it looks like it's already done.
Let me know what you...
Oh, okay. It's already done. My bad. Here's the link for the video. Go show some love on that. Sheath would not have ended up partially under Maddie. Sure it would. Because you have to think about it. Kaylee's up against the corner, slumped over. If she had it in her left hand or her right hand, where's it going? Right in front of her. So why would the sheath be partially covered up? Because when she sees Koberger, here, let me get this picture for you. Let's get this. I'll give you a better idea. All right. Let's see. Share this instead. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna stand right here. Okay. This is where Kaylee's at. All right. This is where Kaylee's at. She's up against. Here, let me make this bigger. That's as big as it goes. Okay. Kaylee's up against the corner. She can't. I'm going to play this, okay? She hears somebody in the other room. Maddie, wake up. Maddie, wake up. Maddie's not waking up. Maddie's not waking up. She's passed the fuck out. She's not waking up. She's tired. She's knocked out. She's out cold. Maddie, wake up. She can't wake up, Maddie, because she can't sit there and make a whole bunch of noise either, right? Because she doesn't want to alert somebody that oh shit, there's somebody in this room, right? So while she's sitting there holding the sheath and holding the knife, because she doesn't know if she has to use it or not, because she doesn't know who it is. The person comes through the door and they instantly come at her. What is she going to do? She's going to drop the sheath and use her hand for defense. She's going to drop the sheath right in front of her, use the hand for defense. There's the struggle. The struggle automatically, that's where the sheath can be partially covered up, because there's a struggle. There's a struggle with Maddie. There's a struggle with Kaylee. There's a struggle on top of Maddie while there's a struggle with Kaylee. So when dude comes in, that's when the sheath gets out of the hand, because she needs the hand for defense. The sheath drops right in front of her, which is between her and Maddie. and then it gets worked under a little bit because of the struggle. That's how the sheath would have partially been underneath, because it was on Maddie's right side. If Maddie was laying down on her face, the sheath would have been on the other side of the bed going towards the floor. So Maddie was laying up on her back. The sheath was to her right side. Her right side would be right in front of where Kaylee would have been at, up against the corner of the wall. That's why you think she's going to have it. Oh, okay, I don't need it because it's just Jimmy playing a prank. Or, oh shit, I need this to defend myself and I need to try and protect myself. Sheath drops right where it's supposed to. Yep, thank you, AG. And thank you, Pebbles, earlier for letting us know as well. Isn't that crazy? Sorry, Pebbles, we were kind of going into the middle of that. But thank you as well, Pebbles. Thomas Creech was halted. Isn't that crazy? I'm sitting there talking about an IV and how they can't find a freaking vein on another case when this freaking thing's about to pop off, and then look what happens.
Yeah. Obviously, it's more common than we think.
Ain't that crazy? Death warrant to expire. Wow.
So what happens now?
I really need to play the lottery, I'm telling you, huh?
What happens now?
It gets delayed. It gets delayed, like the last one that we covered a month ago or something, from Alabama. That got delayed. It got delayed for 2 years. And then he finally agreed to another method, and then it ended up, that's the one we were talking about earlier. It could have been placed there. Who knows? We don't know. But if I'm looking at the crime and I'm looking at, because I'm not going to, of course, anything can be placed, right? Anything can be placed. You have to look at things as in also, how could it be there if that crime really did take place as well, if it wasn't placed? And so that's the most logical thing for me is Kaylee's up against the corner. She has the sheath in one hand, and person comes in the door. Oh shit, drops the sheath right where it would have been found. Or now when it comes to the DNA, that's totally, I've always said the dude could have pawned the damn knife. He could have, when you're talking about the sheath, the most protected area of the sheath, and it could be there who knows how long. Who's to say the dude didn't, there was search warrants for 4 of them, right? If he had 4 of them, if I'm short on money one month, I'm a college student, I'm short on money one month, I'm going to go pawn one of them because I got 4 of them. Maybe I'll pawn 2 of them. Maybe I'll sell it on Facebook Marketplace. Maybe, maybe I touched it at a knife show that was there recently before the crime took place. Maybe I'll look at, it changed how I went shopping. Because I used to go to, like, for real, Rosie, like when I would go to the stores, I would go look, and I'm like, because I always like to go browse whenever I go walk around, even if I don't find that. I just like browsing, and I'd pick stuff up, and I'd be looking at that, checking it out, whatever. Now, after this shit, with this touch and transfer DNA, no, like if I look at like a bag of cookies or something, right? And I'm like, damn, I don't know if I want them oatmeal raisins. Let me think about it. I think about it without even looking at it, because I don't want to touch it. And then fucking put it back. And next thing you know, coffee creamer that, somebody bought that I didn't, I looked at it and I'm like, never mind, I got enough coffee creamer. And then that person bought the coffee creamer, and then something happened, and then TJ's getting a knock on his damn door like, what the hell did you do? Did you have a cup of coffee after the
You had
crime? What
coffee
are you
there at the
talking
scene,
about,
yeah.
bro? Yeah, like, what are you talking about, bro? What are you talking
Oh my
about?
gosh.
Yeah, it changed the way
Okay.
that I shot.
So no touchy. Just
Nah,
look and choose.
hey, I really listen. I'm not gonna say that I don't. Everything that I pick up, I buy. It's just I think about it a
Yeah,
little more. I think about it
no,
a
it's
little more before I just go pick it up and start looking at it and checking it out. Sorry, I don't.
yeah.
Yeah, we heard that.
Dropping
Yep,
gloves.
Ivy. It did. It changed it. It's no lie.
Yeah.
It really did change how I shop. For real. I mean, like COVID was one thing because you definitely don't want to pick up a whole bunch of shit after COVID came out either.
Yeah.
But even
Sure.
after COVID, I would always take the one from.
It's a good way.
Oh, I just take them from the back because they're fresh. Because they always put the ones that are getting to be outdated towards the front. So that's another reason I grab them from the back too. You get the fresh ones.
Just don't put them back. It's fine.
So to avoid everybody else's shit, hey, it's a good method. It's a good method. At least we're not going in there with latex gloves, right? Latex
That is
gloves
suspicious.
like the trash. It's so creepy. Fresh is best. Steve says the grocery prices. Yeah, that changed too. Yeah, that's what made me go. That's the whole reason. Because when all that shit started happening and you started seeing all the grocery prices going up and stuff, I was like, damn, I need to like think about doing some door dashing or something or whatever. And then I was like, man, I like talking sports. Let me try this YouTube stuff and try talking sports or something and see if that'll work. But we became true crime. But it's for the victims and the families and the communities. It's more important than a Super Bowl or an NBA game or something. So
It's appreciated.
right.
As well.
There's a higher purpose. Let's go to this here. It says this is live breaking news here. Is it gonna? Here we go.
Front, just regular folded chairs, 4 up front, and then towards the back we had 5 of them for the people that we just mentioned. 2 of them were empty, 2 seats.
And then at the end, you guys were escorted out before Mr. Creech was.
Yes, so we were told that the execution was halted. That happened at 10:58. After that,
That's
we were
crazy.
actually escorted out of the room, and Creech stayed behind.
Is there a lotto drawing tonight? When's the next lotto drawing? Because I need to go, man. I need to go get both of them. I need to go get both lottos. You never know, man, because I don't know. This shit's crazy. Or maybe I don't know.
You could just see
it's
him
just crazy.
look up to the
What's
sky,
up,
to the
Chocolate's
roof,
expensive
really,
too, yeah.
and just mumble a couple of words. Not really sure what he said, but it almost seemed like he was in relief.
All right, Brenda Rodriguez, one of the 4 media witnesses in there this morning for that execution. Again, that did not happen, and that death warrant for Mr. Creech has now expired. It is back to figuring out what next steps are.
I didn't call. Okay, I didn't call it, but when this popped up, and I was sharing it in the beginning of the show, and I was like, I don't understand why they're doing lethal injection because we just had another case like a month ago where the guy had a 2-year delay because the first time they tried to do it back in 2021 or 20, I think it was 2021. They failed because they couldn't find a vein. And I'm sitting there talking like there's got to be a different way to do it, because if that kind of stuff can take place, like that's got to be crazy to sit there and be on death for, even if you did commit the crime, like to like you're preparing yourself to not be there in a minute, and then that shit. crazy, you know. So it was kind of like not called it, but called it. Because why are we even doing this if this is the kind of shit that can happen? Like, get rid of lethal injection, or figure out a way that you can lethal inject without having to. I don't know. I'm not a medical professional, so I don't know, like, what it takes to get a vein there or here or there or whatever. But damn, what the hell? I mean, there's blood moving. Like, wow, why is it so hard to find a vein? Like, it's one thing if you're going to the doctor, and they're trying to get it from your arm or something, for like a blood test or whatever. But it's another thing if they're trying to execute you. I imagine that there's got to be veins somewhere, like in your neck or something. How does it happen?
I don't know.
Like, even in your neck, why couldn't you stick it in a? Is there any medical professionals in chat? Why couldn't they stick the injection needle in his neck? Like, what's up with that? Because you can barely get cut on your neck and you can lose all the blood in your body. Or even his leg, the aortas. Like, you can barely cut and all your blood's gone. And like, so why are we having these delays? I don't, or even doing it.
Training. Maybe like people aren't properly trained in how to administer it, or I don't know.
I mean, or maybe just the whole country's just a lot more dehydrated than they used to be in prior decades, because of habits and whatever, because that's the first thing I think of. Yeah, right. I don't know though. That'd be pretty. But like, the first thing I think of is when somebody can't get a vein, it's because you're probably dehydrated.
Yeah.
So I've worked at Akron Children's in the burn unit, never had a problem putting in an IV. Neck is artery, need a central line. Okay, thank you. Because, I'm not a medical dude, but I'm sitting there going, yo, there's blood right there, and it's real close, so what's up? Okay, so it goes the wrong way, or what? When my son was little, they couldn't get his veins, so they put it in his head. What? In the head? Like, where in the head? In the forehead? What the hell? That's crazy. Where in the head? What? Like on the what?
Yeah, what?
What? Where? I'm trying to think. Like, there's veins that'll stick out here. Maybe forehead. I have tiny veins. They just use a butterfly needle in mine. But not in the head of an adult. What? The temple. Oh my gosh, I can't imagine getting a needle put in your temple.
In your temple.
Yeah, that's crazy. Let me see here. Let's see if there's any updates on anything here. Again, if you're not subbed to Judge's channel, I'll share that with you real quick. And here's that. Did you guys hear this update that shout out Caddy, and I thank her for it, right after the show ended? Did you guys hear about the healing garden not only being for the victims of 11/22, but the healing garden is also for future tragedies? It's for who? It's not for the it's for the victims, but it's for all victims, even in the future. Like, what the hell is that?
On the space. Yeah.
Right, and then they've already raised, shout out Pebbles, raised 800,000 for this healing garden, and it's a year and 4 months after the crime was committed, and all they have. So we talked about it because remember when they had their year anniversary, and we were in Moscow, and we had a show, and they were doing their 1 year anniversary, and the dean of students, Jimmy Neutron, was out there, and he was talking. He remember he showed like a rock and a piece of dirt, and then he showed this grass field, and he was like, yeah, this is where it's going to be. And we're sitting there in Moscow going, it's a year later, man. Like, what do you mean this is where it's going to be? And then they did like a zoom back of a fucking rock and a piece of dirt,
Rock.
and it's like, what do you do? Like, if they meant so much to you, why was this healing garden not even ready by the time the students got there for the new year, the new
Yeah, I think
semester?
it's kind of insensitive. I mean, I know they said that they wanted students to be involved in the making of the healing garden, but I think that some kind of progress on that would have been, it would have been supportive. I think that would have like really, really shown some care. I don't know.
It just they just it's down. Listen, what are they raising money for? $800,000. What are they raising money for? Because it's being built by it's being designed by students. You can't tell me that the rocks and the sand and the flowers and the shrubs and all this stuff is not going to be donated. It's going to be donated from Billy Lambert fucking landscaping. He's gonna be like, yo, we'll do it at, you pay us, we'll take the money for the time it takes to do the work. They might even donate that too, but all there's gonna be donations all over the place because they're having all of this stuff be local. And so why are you having to raise all this money? It was so disgusting because in this video last night they're still asking for donations, and they have a phone number that they put out, and they've raised 800,000 just for this alone. It's so ridiculous how they rob this community, not only financially, but they rob them spiritually as well, because they don't want to. It's such a small community. They don't want to be the one that ain't donating. They don't. They would be looked upon like naked. Oh, you couldn't donate to the healing garden? Oh, you're so rude. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be that kind of shit. We've already heard stories about if you don't go
Yeah,
along with what they want you to go along with, how you get treated.
yeah, it's like peer pressure. But I mean, also, I don't know. Maybe I'm speaking out of turn here, but couldn't they afford it anyway?
Yeah.
The donations.
Oh, they get so
Why
much.
couldn't they just like pay for it? Just be like, we'll pay for it.
800,000. It's right. Not even that. They get it's
Yeah.
the cost. Like, seriously, the cost is like breadcrumbs compared to what they're getting for donations, because the
Mhm.
students are doing it. So that
Yeah.
no cost. I mean, right there, think about it. Designing a freaking healing garden. That's a lot of money. You don't have to do nothing because your students are doing it. When it
Mhm.
comes to all of the stuff that's going to go with it, okay, that's a substantial cost too, because you're talking shrubs and soil and sand and all these different things. Yeah, that can get pricey too. I guarantee there it's going to be donated. Guarantee it. Guarantee it's going to be donated. And then what else do you got after that?
Take the
What else?
proceeds of the book.
They have so much money coming
Suggestion.
in. This is
Yeah.
why they got the University of Phoenix online, because they don't give a fuck. They don't care about all the lawsuits that are taking place. They don't care about it. What they care about, because if you listen to the small sentences hidden deep inside, you hear this, you read the sentences of, well, it opens up another revenue source. Because by University of Phoenix being an online university and then it going to be going to nonprofit, that allows them for extra funding that gets funneled into the University of Phoenix online system. And then the only thing that, because University of Idaho keeps saying, we don't have any ties. We're not going to be, this has nothing to do, we're not teaming up. We're not doing this. But the address is at the Kibbe Dome where the football team plays. Make that make sense. And then every little sentence, when they all sit there and have 10 sentences of them saying, there's no connection, there will be no connection between the two universities. And then very at the bottom in the subtitle, it says, it opens up another revenue source for the University of Idaho. Why? Because then all that money that the University of Phoenix online gets funded for being a nonprofit online university finds its way to the University of Idaho somehow.
But not the garden.
Nope, they don't need it. 800 grand, crafts and crime, what, maybe 50K if that? Think about it. Just the cost of a construction, and this thing, everything else is donated, and I have a hard time seeing they're going to make them pay for this. Other than, and they might even donate the time of the crew, right? They might even donate that, but I don't see them doing that because I don't see them covering that financial part of it. They're already donating the sand and the shrubs and the flowers and all that other stuff. They're already donating that. They're already going to have a crew, help design it and all that other stuff, or not design it, but put the product where it goes, right? Those people have families that they got to feed. So that's why I'm sitting there saying that they're probably going to charge for the work hours. They're not going to charge for everything else. So if you look at the cost of how much a crew would cost to deliver the products, and also to maybe help out a little bit, like when it comes to like planting trees and stuff like that. Now I'm sure the students and the designers will be the ones that are digging up and putting in the blocks that separate the sand and the soil and all those other things, and planting the flowers wherever they go. But I can see like the crew maybe helping out with planting trees and stuff like that, or something. So when you look at like how much it would cost for a crew to do that kind of work for, I don't know, a week, I'm going to say a week, I think that's what the cost is going to be. 50,000. That's probably, I don't know. I'm just going off, like this, but maybe that's probably a good figure. I would imagine 50 grand for a crew to be there for a week, delivering materials and doing a little help there. That's not
much. They might even get sponsorships for the labor anyway. So
I didn't even think about that. That's a great point, Rosie. Sponsor, yeah. Hey, if you want me to wear, you want me to wear your business on the back of my work shirt while I'm doing this, there you go. Sponsor me for the day to help, wow. If they didn't think about it, they're probably already going to come out with something now. Watch, Rosie. Sponsor me for a day and I'll put your business on the back of my work shirt. I wouldn't be surprised. They ask for so many donations as it is. So here's this. This is a video that I made last night. I already skipped ahead, so it's going to play what we're talking about here. But listen to this shit. This is crazy. This is regarding the updated news that just dropped here regarding the update on the healing garden for the 4 University of Idaho students that were unalived a year and 3 months ago. You hear about how they care and it was so important. Why didn't you have this healing garden ready for the new year. Why is it 1 year and 3 months later? This is where we're at in the phase of the healing garden. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. Appreciate your help and your support.
Inside the Arts and Architecture building at the University of Idaho, students are working right now on the final designs for the Vandal Healing Garden and Memorial.
A year and 3 months
in the making.
The concept began after the murders of 4 students just off campus, but it's now meant to honor all U of I students who have passed away and to help the entire Vandal community grieve and heal.
In a Creme 2 exclusive tonight, senior producer Mackenzie Belay and photojournalist Dave Summers take us inside the classroom for the very first time.
The newest update. This is how far we are.
I've imagined coming back and seeing what it's like later, but I don't know.
Grass with a bunch of stakes in the ground and flags. That's where we're at.
Oh,
as of today.
Lost in your own thoughts as you walk around this space.
This is how far we are.
The Vandal Healing Garden and Memorial is really meant to reflect the needs of our community. And that means reflecting the needs of the individuals in our community.
The needs of the community.
A space that works for future tragedies. You could hire a professional.
This could be a space that works for future tragedies. Isn't that disgusting? When they're interviewing him, about the healing garden. And this guy's like, yeah, for future, it'll be a spot for future tragedies as well. Like, how disrespectful to the victims, where you're talking about future tragedies too. Like, this is supposed to be about them. It's supposed to be about them. When did it become about whoever it may happen to in the future too? Like, that's so disrespectful. You're minimizing the victims to an event and not their souls. Because it's an event. Hey, if anything else happens here, we're going to have a cemetery memorial here for anything that has to do with like, you're minimizing it.
Yeah.
You're minimizing it. And this dude, and he gives off, wait, you'll see it in a second. He gives off these fake President Green fucking tears too. It's gross. For future tragedies. What?
To do this. But in this case, we feel like to actually do what we're trying to do, it needs to be the students. That little angle there is our choice. Right? We wanted to make sure that this project was a result of listening. We've talked to everybody from experts on suicide prevention, because these can become difficult spots there. We've talked to family members. We've talked to friends.
For future tragedies.
Were very positive. I mean, they wanted to express that their children that they lost were vibrant people. Ethan, Xana, Madison, and Kaylee were all very vibrant, happy, joyful people.
We were all here. We all remember the moments when it was happening. We remember that uncertainty that surrounded, loss, and just the devastation. Like, they are vandals. If anybody's going to understand what vandals need, it's vandals. When we took on this project, with the understanding that we were carrying the heart of the university. And each of those students takes on that responsibility very seriously.
Fucking joke, man. I'm sorry, my internet's going all over the place right now. I apologize about that. When we have these long streams here, when we're doing these court hearing shows, I do have like a 10-15 minute intermission where I encourage everybody to go get some water and a snack, little intermission break, snack time, popcorn, hot dog, chocolate bar, pop, maybe some M&Ms or something, just get yourself a little snack in between. So while we do that, coming up here in a couple hours, I'm going to go ahead and reboot the whole system, because this shit is just flying all over the place. So I do apologize about that. But this is like news conference. Yeah, that's cool. What's up, Rock Chalk 96? Thank you. Yeah, They're just going to delay it now. But this guy right here, I don't know. This is like the project director or something, but this is what really has me wondering too. And we'll get back to the fake tears. This is what this is how far we are a year and 4 months later. Like, you walk us around at the year anniversary, Dean of Students, you're walking us around, showing us this grass lot. And since November 13th of 2023, we're at February 28th, 2024, and all you fucking have is stakes with some yarn and a little teeny flags all over the place. What the hell? It should be full of beautiful flowers, shrubs. Like this is what I don't understand. If they cared so much, right? If they cared so much, this crime took place 11/13/22. Okay? It took place 11/13/22. So, when is the next fall semester starting? You got the new semester starting in January for the second semester, right? Then that ends. You're going to tell me that as soon as this happened and as soon as even Koberger was arrested, you're going to tell me you didn't have a process of a healing garden, or you didn't when it came to the court hearings, when it came to all this stuff, you didn't sit there and go, yeah, let's start designing this. You didn't even start designing this freaking healing garden until the beginning of the 2023 fall semester. And that's when it should have been done. Because how long is it going to take to design a garden?
But compare that to the urgency of, tearing down the actual crime scene. Like, that had to happen now.
Yeah. Let's get rid of all fucking, right? Let's get rid of the bad news. Let's get rid of the bad news. We care so much, but we don't even have, because if you're going to leave it up to your students, you didn't have to reach out to anybody to have any kind of approval or what, right? And you run shit in that town. So you don't need approval for this shit. You get approval no matter what you want. And their students were there. So why weren't students doing the design? The design's done by the end of the spring semester. Then all of a sudden you have the crew coming in the summer and the spring when there's no students around. And then what more beautiful way to honor these students than for the new 2023 fall class to walk in and go, wow, look at this beautiful healing garden that honored these students.
Yeah.
If you really cared so much. And that's why I sit here and I look at this and I'm going, what the hell? And then in the beginning of the interview, you're going to sit there and tell people, it's just not for these 4 pegs right here. See all these pegs, see all these pegs on this grass? Even though there's 4 pegs right there for the 4 victims. See all those other pegs, everybody? That's what this healing garden is for. It's for all those other pegs too, not just these 4. What a way to minimize these victims. And they got all these people fooled.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even understand what this is supposed to be. Like, how long did it take to just place those stakes?
And yarn and little flags. They didn't even place the little flags. I bet you all of this stuff is just from different companies coming out there. They probably didn't even have to do it. You want to see how far they are in the design? Look, they got students working on it. They got a noteboard. They still have notes on the wall. All right, you want to see how far they got? Watch. And I'm just gonna play this again. It's horrible.
To actually do what we're trying to do, it needs.
And
to
they
be
care so much.
That little angle there is our choice.
Yeah.
Right? We wanted to make sure that this project was a result of listening. We talked to everybody from experts on suicide prevention.
The ground's not listening. The summer and spring, that's the best time to do any kind of work. they don't care. That maybe in December, yeah, the ground's probably hard as hell. February, but we're talking June, July, and August before any students came back. You had 2.5 months to do this. And I mean, it's just uncalled for. Don't say you. This is the one thing about gaslighting. Don't say you give a fuck if you don't. All right? Because you don't have to say you give a fuck in the first place. Nobody's making you say you give a fuck. Don't say you give a fuck if you don't give a fuck, because that's the worst.
These can become difficult spots there. We've talked to
They
family
don't care.
members. We've talked to friends.
For future
The
tragedies.
families were very positive. I mean, they wanted to express that their children that they lost were vibrant people. Ethan, Xana, Madison, and Kaylee were all very vibrant, happy, joyful people.
We were all here. We all remember the moments when it happened. We remember that uncertainty that surrounded, loss and just the devastation. Like they are vandals. If anybody's going to understand what vandals need, it's vandals. When we took on this project, with the understanding that we were carrying the heart of the university, and each of those students takes on that responsibility very seriously.
This entire scheme and idea was based on allowing people to come in and experience their loss and grief in their own way. I hope they feel embraced and like they matter.
Yeah, because it's not about just the 4 pegs, everybody. It's about all of the pegs that are on the healing garden. What a way to minimize these victims, man. And I'm not talking her because she's just a student. They follow this guy. They follow this guy right here. Where's he at? They follow this guy. And you know how they do the manipulation game up there. It's for you. It's for you. You're right, sir. It is for us. Thank you. Come on. This guy right here. It's for future victims, it's future tragedies as well, man.
Vandals need. It's vandals. When we took on this project, with the understanding that we were carrying the heart of the university, and each of those students takes on that responsibility.
They get so manipulated.
This entire scheme and idea was based on allowing people to come in and experience their loss and grief in their own way. I hope they feel embraced and like they matter, and that what they are feeling and what they're going through matters.
I hope
and
so too.
That other people feel that way as well, and that it's okay to feel grief. It's okay to feel distraught by things that are going on in your life, but you're not alone. You have people around you on this campus that can help you and are here for you if you need it.
University now asking for donations to help with the building costs. So if you would like to help, you can just text the word healing to 509-448.
You can text. And let me leave that phone number up there just in case. Just in case. To help with the building cost. Fucking ridiculous. To help with the building cost. To help. Horrible. I had to show that because I didn't know. That came out last night in the middle of the night. Shout out Caddy. She dropped it in our chat. And I was like, I checked it out after the show. I heard the video. I was like, you got to be shitting me. As soon as I heard for future tragedies, I was like, oh, hell no. And this is how far you've made it? Oh, we're going to talk about this. Had to make a video last night.
Yeah,
so go ahead.
I was like that when I saw it this morning as well.
For future tragedies.
What? For future what? Yeah.
Right. And then it's not just about the 4. It's about everybody. It's like, man, I don't know. I would like to know what the family thinks about this. The families think about this damn healing garden. I mean, it's a great gesture. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like it's just There's one thing I don't appreciate about souls on this earth, and it's greed, intentions, and manipulating communities like it's for positive. You know, we're gonna put out this healing garden for the victims, which is amazing and it's positive. But we're gonna take all these donations and we care so much, but this is the kind of effort that we're putting towards it.
It contradicts the whole point.
It's a money maker. It's a money maker. I hate to say it. I'm not trying to be like, I'm not even trying to like say that about it, because it is a beautiful thing. But fuck, man, it is a money maker for that damn school, and it pisses me off because they do it.
Yeah. It should just be what it is. It should just be for them. And if it were, it would have been done already.
Right.
So, yeah.
Like, why does it have to be a huge fucking garden? Why, if you really are like, make the memorial, like, why not make the memorial where it took place? You know, we're like, why are we gonna memorialize, you know, like the victims in 9/11, right? Were they not memorialized where the tragedy took place?
Exactly. I think that they want to take attention away from the whole place and the whole thing, and it's just there's no gestures of openness. I think the garden is a distraction from the actual scene anyway.
Yeah. It's to get it away. It's to get it away for, you know, so it's not out in the open and people don't remember, because they see the corner now and they're like, yeah, house used to be there, and that, you know, you still see the lot and all that stuff. It's like, you know, even when I took the show, I was out going to the Cavalcante manhunt, and on the way back, I stopped at the Flight 93 memorial from the September 11th attacks, and we stopped for the show. On the way back, we stopped at the 9/11 Flight 93 memorial, and they even put the memorial where the crash took place, and that was out in the middle of nowhere. You know,
makes sense.
Like that's
supposed to do it. Yeah.
You know, and they didn't make the memorial for all the other future tragedies that might happen in the state of Pennsylvania of planes going down. You know, they didn't make the memorial for all future plane accidents in Pennsylvania. I mean,
an all-encompassing memorial doesn't make sense.
Right.
Just,
like,
what
when
is
you
that?
look at it like that, it's like, what the fuck? Let's minimize these victims. The difference in those places like OKC or 9/11, right. And that's what I'm saying. Like, why? What is so wrong? What is so wrong that you can't have a memorial in the back corner with a little teeny garden right there? Listen, you already have issues. You already have issues when you wanted to renovate 1122. When you wanted to renovate 1122, you already had issues trying to get it approved because they didn't, you know, oh, we're going to have a hard time. Man, Pullman does this so much better when it comes to distributing their water. We're going to have a hard time distributing water with, you know, we need to have this renovation line up with what we need for that property. You know, that lot right there is meant to have 5 properties, but it only has 4, and we're still having issues with water distribution and parking. Okay? That was the whole thing for the whole meeting of the renovation before they renovated 1122. They wanted to know how they could distribute the water properly when you only have 4 out of 5 houses. Don't get it. And you have issues with parking when you only have 4 out of 5 houses on a lot. Don't get it. So when it comes to that, why not take that property, right? If you already have issues with parking and you already have issues with water, then here's your solving problem, right? You take half of the property. Guess what? Where everybody parked when the house was there, that's the parking lot. Where the house was at, that's the garden. That's the memorial. There's your garden. Half of it's a parking lot. You don't have to worry about water distribution. You gained extra parking spaces, and you got to have a healing garden where it should be. That's what makes sense to me. Instead, it's a garden for everybody. National Guard put up a nice... Yeah, it's not even like you solve the water, you solve the parking, and you have a memorial exactly where the memorial should be. That's 3 birds with 1 stone. People love to get 2. You just got 3. I don't know. May 4th, 1970 massacre at Kent State. Put up a nice stone structure with 4 student victims. I should go by there sometime, Steve, because I need to be swinging back through home sometime on my way through Akron. I need to swing back there sometimes. There's a couple things going on up there, too. A couple cases I wanted to get some footage on as well. So I'll probably be... that is on my list coming up here. Is Akron, Kent State... and some other surrounding areas up there where there's some different cases going on, missing persons and such. So I will be making it up that way. I should get some then. I'll remember that. Swing by Kent State University over there. And that's a tragedy too. That was back in 1970. Man, it's crazy. National Guard ended up shooting students, 4 victims. More got hurt, but yeah, it was a very chaotic. They were protesting the Vietnam War.
Okay.
And at a college, and it ended up turning deadly. You have concrete over that sparked on it. Yeah, and that was another thing, right? Like, why do you're so worried about? We broke it down. You know how much it would cost? Not much. You're getting all these donations. You couldn't open up a donation program for the 1122 security vehicle, you know, right? Like, you couldn't open up a donation program. Would you like to donate to the security for 1122? Because we have people out there trying to promote slumber parties at the property. And since we're missing half our walls and we're missing half our floors, it's a dangerous building. Let's be honest. If you're missing parts of the floors and you're missing parts of the walls and it's 3 damn floors, man, that's dangerous as hell. And the last thing that they need is a bunch of people coming in there, falling, breaking limbs, passing away, and then all of a sudden they got a huge lawsuit or lawsuits on their hands because a whole bunch of people were stupid. And then next thing you know, so they're just going to pay for security, which I totally get it, because you have to take all threats, whether jokingly or serious, you have to take them serious. So I understand why they had to get security out there, because they, who says, just like, how they got rid of the tear down from the house, they had the trash secured and followed, so that way nobody could even try and take. They were worried about people taking memorabilia from the house, like pieces of the house. You know what I'm saying? So like, they have to take that stuff seriously, just like the slumber party. So it doesn't surprise me why they had to have security there because of it. Now I'm surprised that they didn't come up with a security donate program. Because they do with everything else. But why do they still have security there? That's protecting dirt and a fence. Your whole reason for tearing down the house right away was to get rid of the security because you couldn't afford it. You couldn't afford it. Why is it still there? What's up, Iris? What's up, Gall?
About that place. It's just they're touchy about that place. I don't know.
Yeah. Anybody just hopping in, if you didn't check out the highlight I put out last night, Healing Garden is also for future tragedies. And then look at how far they made. stakes, yarn, and little teeny flags, and that's all you got so far. And it's a year and 4 months later. It's sad. They minimize the victims. It's for future tragedies. So it's not just about the four, it's about everybody. Like, okay, thank you. How about you say that after you already have it built, then say, dedicate it to the victims. And then after you dedicate it to the victims, then go ahead and announce it can be for all future tragedies as well. But the fact that you're sitting there, you have it on a piece of paper still, and you're letting everybody know now that it's for all future tragedies. What a way to minimize the victims. It's bullshit.
Just in case God.
It is. It's poor taste. And you know what? If you want to donate, here's the phone number, buddy. 509-448-2000. Then that will go to or you can text healing. If you want to donate to the 800,000 plus that they've already raised for the healing garden. Joke. What if the girls target Brian? I don't know where's the connection, social media or any other way? Where's the connection with Koberger other than the transfer on the freaking inside of the sheath, the snap? But listen, you want to solve the water, Moscow, solve the water problem. You don't have to worry about water if you have a parking lot and a garden at where 1122 is at. You solve your parking. And you get to memorialize these victims the way they should be, the way that they're meant to be. You shouldn't sit there and include all other future tragedies with theirs. It should be just about them. Just about them. Stuffed nose. Yeah, shit. We had tornadoes. Well, I don't know about tornadoes touching down, but man, it was crazy. That'll be 4:00 Eastern. That'll be coming up here. Didn't have connections. Yeah, but he had a car and he didn't necessarily. He was leaving. He was leaving like tree limbs behind. The dude didn't give a shit about when you're talking about Bundy. He didn't care about leaving shit behind. He left shit behind. He didn't care. So, according to this, the only DNA was on the inside of a button snap. That we don't even know how the suspect left the scene of the crime
or anything else.
Right. Right. They tried 40 minutes. Well, he's lucky because with the other guy we covered like a month ago, they tried for 2 hours, 4 hours, I think, actually. I think it was 4 hours they tried. So he's lucky they only tried for 40 minutes. That's crazy, man. They need to be done with the lethal injection.
Yeah.
Bundy escaped from a courthouse. He did. Yeah, he escaped multiple times, too. He was a slick mofo. He was. He was slick as shit.
I didn't know he escaped.
Yeah, he escaped multiple times. He was good at it.
Oh.
Yeah, Bundy was a smart cookie, man. He even represented himself in court. And and the judge was like, sir, I'm sorry, that he was basically applauding Bundy for how he represented himself. He's like, it's it sucks that you're on that side of the law, because I would have loved to have worked with you as, in court, prosecution, defense. I would have loved to work with you. I was just like, whoa, yeah. That's crazy. When do you hear that from a judge? He was a genius. And, like he was even into politics before he got into like doing all that stuff, where he became famous. He was into politics. He even helped like the mayor for Seattle, right? Didn't he help the mayor for Seattle win his race and stuff? And he was like a politician, yeah, he knew how to fool people and Yeah, the dude was slick as shit. That's why he was able to sneak out and yeah, very smart. Used it for evil. Exactly. Used it for evil.
Unfortunately, it's a waste then.
It is. Let me see here. So let me see. So that was the update with the the healing garden. What else was I going to go into? Let's see. I wanted to Bed Crime Stories. I love her videos. I wanted to check out one of her videos today. She's discussing, will use of investigative genetic genealogy get DNA evidence thrown out? So I want to talk with everybody before we get to that. Let me go ahead and switch it 1 second. We'll just share this. Oh, 1 second. Contribution call out. Hold on. Freebird. Contribution call out. Freebird, $20 super chat. You have wisdom beyond your years. So now the college is planning, expecting for future tragedies. How crazy is that? Why don't they put that energy into preventing them, not planning for them? You are spot on. Wow, Freebird, like, great comment. Thank you for the kind words. Beyond the kind words, great comment. Because it's true. Why don't they put that energy into preventing them, not planning for them? And that's, I couldn't have said it even better. And thank you for saying it for us, because it's damn true. That's when I heard that, and I heard for future tragedies, I'm just going, how insensitive can these frickin' people be? It's totally insensitive. For future. That's why I hate, I hate bringing it up and showing it like this, but if you're looking at it, it's the best analogy that I can use, whether we're talking about the tragedy of 9/11, how they're not going to make the 9/11 Flight 93 memorial for all future Pennsylvania plane crashes.
Right. Yeah.
They're not like this right here. They're not. You're minimizing them because it's not just about the 4 victims. It's about,
yeah, they've made it general. It's
disgusting. And that's how you know, like, when people's souls ain't about the real, it's those little, it's like when you're that 49er gold miner sifting and you're out there late at night and you're putting dirt in your sifter and you're shaking it back and forth and you're trying to find them little gold nuggets. And those are those little gold nuggets. When you sit there and you hear the dude slip out and say, and for all future tragedies as well, I guarantee you the university is like, oh shit. Because look what we're talking about now. Because it's the truth. Those little teeny damn nuggets are going to be the truth. Just like all the other 9 out of 10 nuggets that saying the university's going, yeah, there's no connection between us and the University Online of Phoenix. And then that little teeny gold nugget in the bottom of their paragraph in the middle somewhere that says, but it does open up a new revenue source for the University of Idaho.
It always shows itself. Yeah.
They're not connected. Yeah, little things like that. That's how you know if they're real or not. This guy, fake tears, Mr. Green, President Green tears. Oh, bullshit, dude. You ain't. Listen, man. It is. It is. Listen, this memorial, half a parking lot where the students already parked in the lot, make the frickin' where the house was at. There's the garden memorial up in the corner, a little garden and something to symbolize maybe 4 swings. You know what I'm saying? Maybe have the garden, a little statue with the memorial, an angel or something protecting the souls, and then you could have like 4 swings. right? With one of them that has their name on each one, a swing for each person. So then if one of their friends wants to go, like, I want to, I was such good friends with Kaylee. I want to go to the memorial and I want to go swing on the Kaylee swing because then that's my connection to her. And I can sit there and while I'm swinging and I'm talking to Kaylee, this is where her soul was at. This is where everything, and I can sit there and I can connect with her. Do you think they're going to be able to connect with their past friends and loved one when they're going to the frickin' memorial garden when they see everybody else's name over there? This is not a cemetery.
Yeah.
They're going to make it out to be one.
Yeah.
Huh?
The swings is a beautiful idea.
And you have each one of their names on it, and you're you're swinging and you're connecting, you're talking to, and if you're like, you want to talk to the other victims, their swings are right there too.
That would be
Thank you,
amazing.
Ethan. I appreciate you, Ethan. Maddie, thank you so much. You're connecting, Zayna. You're connecting with. I just don't get it. The whole university, yeah, it does. Everything does. They run everything. They run everything. It's just disgusting when you minimize it before you even before you even build it. Before you even build it. Before you even dedicate. There's no dedication ceremony. That hasn't even taken place yet. You got stakes and yarn and little teeny flags in the ground. That's what you got. There's not even been a dedication, and they're already saying it's for few. So you're like, how many more brutal crimes do you think is going to happen at this university? Like, for real, you that big of a garden? How many more brutal crimes? Are you saying that your university is not going to be safe enough? I mean, who qualifies? Here's another question. Who qualifies to be in the fucking healing garden? Who qualifies to be in the healing garden? Does it qualify as an OD? Like, does that qualify?
Exactly. And past tragedies as well. I mean, are they gonna just move them over there as well? It's like, what exactly are they thinking? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. It's horrible. And we'll play it one more time. I'll let him speak for himself when he says it's about future fucking tragedies, and then we'll move on. Stakes in the ground and flags. It's crazy. Then we'll get to that. That's where we're at. We'll talk about the IG.
As of today, get lost in your own thoughts as you walk around this space.
This is how far we are.
The Healing Garden and Memorial is really meant to reflect the needs of our community. And that means reflecting the needs of the individuals in our community.
The needs of the community.
A space that works for future tragedies. You could hire a professional.
This could be for future tragedies. It's a space that could work for future tragedies. Dude said it himself. Yeah, I apologize. My internet's flying all over the place. The court hearing is going to be coming up here in about an hour and a half. We'll go live to it. If you're not subscribed to Judge, here's the link to Judge's YouTube channel. If you're not subscribed to True Crime Overtime with Rosee, here's her link as well. And we're going to, before that, probably in about an hour, I'm going to take a little 10-minute intermission break so you all can get some snacks. I can make a new coffee, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to end up rebooting my whole damn network in the meantime because I just see it flying all over the place. So I do apologize if I am getting choppy here and there, and it sounds like I'm water, and I'm really choppy. I don't know what I'm saying. It sounds like that. So bad. Solar flares are big. Yeah, that too. The solar flares definitely help, but it's not solar flares. It's called spectrum. That's what it's called. That's the fucking problem. And I don't think it's Spectrum. I think it's this house. So that hopefully we'll have that fixed soon. That situation. All right. So when it comes to this IGG, you know, and the the defense is asking for let me see, Stephen Mercer, Bicca Barlow, and Leah Larkin. I was trying to find my notes for this. So they're asking for Leah Larkin, Bicca Barlow, Stephen Mercer. They want to know, and amongst others, if their investigative team would be allowed to see the IGG evidence in order to figure out how Kohberger was obtained. Now, is that something that normally has to that voice scared you? Sorry. Don't do that again. We need the cowboy. Some bitch. So is that something that's normal? Like, you gotta ask, like, hey, can these guys see it? Like, if they're already part of the team, if they're investigators, I suppose it would be something that you would have to ask. But why is it a big deal? You know, because they have to be able to see it. No?
I think it's clarification on the gag order, because he said a portion. Yeah. So I mean, I suppose they're just being lawyery by checking.
Yeah. You know, we have to ask because it is, you know. But I would just assume, if you're does that mean that we're going to have a court hearing every time? Like, we need to see if this investigator can see this video footage. Like, do we got to ask permission for every expert? You know, the expert about the
protection order, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's
no matter what.
I have to check that.
Yeah. We need. Hey, we got this investigator coming up. He needs to check out the footage from the Moscow A&W. Oh, so good. Needs to check out the footage from the Moscow A&W. Is that okay? They really got to ask that?
Every time?
That's great. I suppose. Maybe. Don't talk like Candyman.
Stop it.
Sorry. I had to. All right. So let's check out this Bed Crime Stories. I'm going to share the link for her channel. I love her channel. I love the logo. It's a channel that I've checked out ever since I started my show. And I love the intro music too. I need to write that down because I need to record, because I play in the very beginning intro of my show. I need to make a new recording of something that sounds not like this. I love it because it reminds me of Beavis and Butthead. Anybody out there remembers Beavis and Butthead? You'll see what I mean when we play it. It has a little feeling of the Beavis and Butthead, but I don't know. I kind of need to come up with some kind of like some kind of new riff or something for the beginning. Every time I go to this, I love it. I love this. Hold on. Okay. I love it. I need something like this now. I'm jealous. I need to make something, damn it. I will. Yeah.
Welcome to Bed Crime Stories podcast. I'm your host, T, to my bed crimers. Hi, how are you? I hope you're doing well. To anyone new here, a warm welcome. Thank you for checking out the channel. Do me a favor, if after watching the video you find you enjoyed it or you learned something, smash that like button and please consider subscribing. And if you want to support the work I do, please consider a membership. I keep the price really low, $1.99 a month. Hey,
nice.
That's much less than even one drink from Starbucks. Now, without further ado, let's dig in. Hello, friends. Hope you're having a lovely day, a great Saturday. It's been a hot minute since I reported on the case out of Moscow, Idaho, the horrible one in which students Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin died at the hands of an early morning intruder armed with a sharp-edged object. An article in the Idaho Statesman by Kevin Fixler brought up the question, what if Ryan Kohberger helped lead police right to him? Fixler wrote that Kohberger's own attorneys may raise this question at trial in their efforts to defend him. Fixler wrote, quote, by the end, it could create a new case law for criminal investigators across the United States. Kohberger's lead defense attorney, Ann Taylor, is still wanting to know what led the police to her client as the suspect. She told the court last month, quote, the clear picture that I'm concerned about is the state's pathway of how Brian Kohberger comes to their attention and is identified. Over a year into this case, and we're not sure. I know.
Isn't that crazy? When we were watching that court hearing, the last court hearing, and Ann Taylor said that her and her team have been going and combing through it over and over and over and over, the PCA, the evidence, you know, the stuff that she's been given, the less than 10% of the pool for witness testimony. She's had most of the time she's getting the doors shut on her. Nobody wants to talk to her. The whole team's going through all this evidence, and they sit there and they can't. None of them can figure out how they even got to Kohberger, or how they even got pointed to Kohberger. And this is with them still missing evidence, not having what they've asked for, missing documents, missing chain of custodies, even the fact that, you know, they don't have the information that they've been asking for this whole time too. And then it's like, how in the hell are we even supposed to figure out? Now, I don't know how you can't, but I can see at the same time that they're not even getting. This is what was crazy to me, is she stated, her own words, she stated they were getting photographs of the crime scene without timestamps and dates.
Right.
What the hell?
And she probably doesn't even know who took them. And I mean, the way it works on a crime scene is you take your initial pictures, and then things do move around as you conduct the investigation, as you process the scene, and then you'll take more pictures so that you can see where things have changed and shifted. So they have to be dated, because you don't know when that movement is from. And it's really, really crucial that the integrity of the scene from your arrival is captured. So if you can't tell which is before and which is after, then I don't know what you're going to do.
She doesn't know who. She doesn't know if they were a day later, 2 days later. And it's like, you know, and people are like, that's not, you know, no, it always leaves. No, it doesn't, people. If you are taking the originals and you transfer those originals, right? Because they're originals, you copy them, because you're not going to give the defense the originals. You're going to give them the copies of the originals when it comes to the data, the digital. Okay. So they're going to get copies. When something gets transferred from one location to another, you can lose your timestamps. You can lose any of the properties that go along with the original, because it's still on the original. But the thing is with a copy, it not only is a copy, it's also a brand new original at the same time. And that's where the timestamps and the dates can get messed up, is because Ann Taylor probably got a whole bunch of digital evidence that all said, 12/27 or whatever. I'm just making up a date. 12/27 at 1:30 p.m. And it was like a whole bunch of shit. A whole bunch of shit. It could have been, that's what she can have for timestamps. So then when she's trying to look at this evidence and the video, like they gotta, I'm sure some of the cameras don't even have timestamps on them, you know, with the ring cams. If they're ring cams, that doesn't show timestamps on it unless you have the original source. If it's a copy of the ring cam, it's not going to show a timestamp on it unless you make the timestamp show up on the video source. Other than that, you have proof, but if it's just a copy, that person can be getting a copy of a ring cam and you don't have the specific date. If it's just a copy, it's just a copy.
Exactly.
It's got to be, and when you're talking about all that evidence and she's still asking for the IGG, she's still asking for video footage even, because it's one thing to try and figure out the IGG, the connection with Koberger, and how they got to him with the IGG. It's going to be very difficult. You need experts to figure that out, right? When it comes to the video, listen, you could go through just the video of a mile, not even a mile radius of the property, right? You could just go to the video of 1122 or 1112 or whatever, Linda Lane. You can go to all these different video sources, right? If you can't even see how Koberger was even in that,
yeah,
how do you, if you can't make a connection with video, you don't need a FBI video vehicle expert or anybody else that claims to be an expert that doesn't work for any other investigative agency. So you don't even need to have those people sitting next to you to sit there and tell you that you can look at these vehicles and they look like different vehicles. Does the vehicle, the gas station vehicle, it looks to me like you got tinted windows. BK doesn't have tinted windows. He didn't rip off the tint of his vehicle. And what did he do? You go to Walmart, get some fake tint that you can peel off and put back on that's made out of plastic, and then no, you would have saw air bubbles in it. Like, what the hell is this? What does that mean? Gannon was out doing errands. It's all good, Skittles. What's up, American Princess? But it's how can even just the video, she's asking for more video.
Yeah.
Why is she asking for more video? Because the video that they went through, they don't see how they don't even see the video. They supposedly have all this video of him going from here to here to here to here. And even if they dump, this is what I mean, even if they just dumped it in a box unorganized, which they can do, that's fine. You can pull up a video and okay, because you're already looking through the area. Okay, so this one definitely is the corner of King and Queen Road. Like, you already know that just by looking at the video. You can determine and cycle through and organize and separate the video, depending on the locations. And I'm not saying the houses, that's one thing. We're not even talking about the houses. We're talking about the couple blocks of area where they state they have this vehicle on camera. Just a couple blocks. That's easy to figure out where you're at, on a map, because you look at the corner, you look at a structure, you drive in the area. Okay, that's the part of this video. I see this building or this structure right here, and I see it in this video, so we're looking at this angle. Okay, there's the camera right there. It's pretty easy to figure out where you're at when it comes to video. So with her not even finding it on video, asking for more video, that's a problem too. That's what tells me she doesn't. The video that they did show, which would be the obvious, right at the property, it doesn't even show that.
Yeah, and it's like she's got incomplete parts that she's trying to match up with one another. So she can't even find everything to kind of build that puzzle. Doesn't seem like, yeah.
And that doesn't make sense either, because when you're talking about the IGG, when you're talking about the video, you already used that in your probable cause exhibit A, Brett Payne. Why is she still waiting for it? If you had it before the arrest. You had it to get the arrest. You had it to charge this person. Then why in the hell isn't it not being supplied in the very first initial probable cause, not probable cause, discovery? Why is it not being introduced right away in the initial discovery? Why is there 11 supplemental requests for discovery when you already used it to apprehend, arrest, and charge this individual?
At the very least, that should be there.
Very least, because you had it to arrest this person. What else did you know? And that's why everything can be so manipulated, especially this video. Oh yeah, this, and like I said, they just wanted to throw a bunch of shit at the wall. Let's see what sticks to the wall. Let's wait for this other evidence to materialize, because we jumped on this tip like we jumped on the Oregon car. Unfortunately, when this one goes bust, we can't go back like we did with the Oregon car, because we already had to have somebody charged before the new semester started. And really, when it comes to you believing, we're going to tell you that this is the white car going here and here and here and here and here and here and here on all this different video. And if you don't believe us, we're sorry. We're sorry that we feel that is the white vehicle that Kohberger drove. It's going to be, they just needed somebody charged. I don't think they want to hurry up. Why would the prosecution want to hurry up when your evidence is like this, when you have the defense asking for more because they don't understand how you even got from here to here without they're missing stuff. So if you are that confident where you could do a trial right now, and Ann Taylor's going, I'm nervous, saying I could even be ready for a trial, in the summer of 2025, I'm nervous saying it. Like, how is the prosecution so confident? And that's what leads me to believe that they were expecting more material to end up being produced, and they didn't get it because they just jumped on the damn tip. Now they pushed all their chips in, and they already got what they wanted. They didn't want, the main goal was not to let Moscow fall apart, because that's what everybody was facing, and that's why everybody's invested in this being fed and this happening, is because really, if they didn't have anybody charged before the new semester started, that whole semester would have been a shit show for that university. They wouldn't have been able to recover. They still wouldn't have been able to recover. And then if they can't recover, then the police don't recover, because all their funding, most of it goes away. The community doesn't recover, because all of the business owners that live in Moscow, that have all the students that come to their establishments and help make their businesses thrive, those students aren't really there anymore. So their businesses start to dwindle and start to lose money. And really, the whole economy of Moscow falls apart if they didn't have anybody charged. They won as far as they're concerned. They've already shown before in the past with Ann Taylor's 2017 acquittal in Kootenai County. They've already shown in the past that the person that they had all this evidence against was found not guilty. And they had enough nerve to say, well, we're sorry that the jury didn't see it the way that we saw it, but we feel that the person that we charged for the crime committed the crime. We're sorry the jury doesn't agree, but because we feel that this person committed the crime, we're not going to pursue any other leads if there is any that come up in the case. How rude. You don't care. You just want somebody charged, and I have a feeling this is what's going to happen. If Kohberger gets found not guilty and gets set free, I guarantee you Bill Thompson and all them, Ashley Jennings and all them are going to go stand out at the podium outside Latah County Courthouse door, and they're going to sit there and say, especially Bill Thompson, we're sorry that the jury didn't agree, but really this person, there was so much evidence to show that this person, unfortunately, he gets off on a technicality, or, you know, this person, we're not going to pursue any more leads because we know this is the person that committed the crime. You hear him talk about it already. He's going to say that.
Yeah. I think also that would feel to them like admitting that they had the wrong person, or admitting that they were at fault. So they're kind of just going to dig their heels in if they have to and be like, well, it's not our fault. The jury just didn't see it. It's not our fault.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but
it's
it
exactly what they said. It's exactly what they said. If you want to save a link, I'll drop a link in chat. I made a video about that one too, about the 2017 acquittal. I go into the case, I read about it, and it's like 20 minutes or something. But I do go into it and I kind of explain the case that she was representing, how they got off. And then I also cover the topic again for that as well, about if it was truly called for an unconscious person. But in the beginning, I do talk about Ann Taylor's 2017 acquittal. And that's where they say it. This person, we're sorry, they don't agree. And they're going to do the same thing. They just gaslight like a motherfucker. They deflect everything else to some other, to some other area, so they don't look like the bad guy. But like Steve G even said it himself a couple weeks after the crime took place. He was like, I want people, and if anybody has the video, drop it and I'll play it. He says in the interview, this is a couple weeks, like 3 weeks, early December, I think it was early December, December 5th or something like that. My head's telling me December 5th, something like that. But he was saying something like, I need people to like, be open and be transparent about this stuff, because, he's like, people need to be honest, but at the same time, I don't want Moscow to fall apart. Like he even knew, if they don't recover from this, like, it's an avalanche. The snowball starts this big in an avalanche. It starts this big, and then it grows and grows and grows and grows and grows. And then, unfortunately, when it gets to a certain point, say your prayers. Say your prayers. Because it's not going to stop, and I get it. That's what they're worried about. But at the same time, this is a human being. This is a human being. 1 hour. Exactly. It starts in 1 hour. It's 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Mountain, 1 p.m. Pacific. Let me know if that. Yeah, that's what KTVB said, but let me know if it's different. But according to them, we're looking at 1, 2, 3, and 4 from one side of the country to the other. What time is it for you over there? It's like 9, 10 o'clock, something like that.
It's 10 o'clock. Yeah, it's not bad.
9 p.m. UK time. Yep, not much. Well, let me play a little bit more of this video. It's about the genetic genealogy. I mean, I don't see why he wouldn't allow them. This is what I'm worried about, though, when it comes to this court hearing, because you heard the prosecution argue last time. You heard the judge talk about not wanting this trial to drag out, the whole conversation. Ann Taylor, I'm nervous telling you, summer of 2025 even. I'm afraid because they're going to talk about setting a date today. I'm afraid that Ann Taylor might get screwed over a little bit. I have a feeling that there might be a date that gets set for something, and it's not going to be fair because of the game that the prosecution's playing. What do you think, Rosie?
I'm
What's
a
up,
little
Augie?
worried for her as well.
Yeah, I have a feeling like she's gonna get screwed over a little bit.
Yeah, I guess we can only wait and see, but I don't think that it's gonna work exactly in her favor with that. Unfortunately. Look, maybe. Might also depend on the change of venue, which
I hope. I think that's what needs to happen because, like, if it's like I brought up with the OJ case. Like, how many people thought that OJ's trial was going to last 7 months? I'm sure most people thought it was going to be 4, 8 weeks, maybe 12. It can't go past 16, right? It's the same thing with this.
yeah.
We don't know. So if you're trying to isolate the time of a trial to take place in an 8-week period, bro, move the venue. Because what happens if it goes to 7 months? What happens? Then it's chaos everywhere. There's no way. Even with 8,000 less students in the area, it's still too compact. It's still just because students aren't doesn't mean that there's not going to be little kids running all over the place, riding bikes, doing all these activities outside because it is summertime. So instead of the kids being inside the building while all this crazy traffic's going on and all this stuff, so let's have them out riding bikes and playing basketball and doing all these, walking together out the streets, doing all these different things together where they can even potentially be hurt because you're worried about people not getting hurt. But then it's like, then it's confined and it's cramped anyway. There's not enough space. The courthouse has like 8 spots and that's it for parking.
Yeah, I think that if they have a space or a place that can't accommodate something like this, then that's not going to change with the time of year. They need to actually just accept that and do something about it, because how is it going to help to just start changing the time of year? It's still the same place. It can only accommodate so much, right? 8 parking spots, that's always going to be a problem. It doesn't matter whether the students are there or not, really. I don't know.
I want to pause real quick. Gannon says, I don't like that you put BK on screen in court when you know he's innocent. I don't know if, Gannon, maybe you're just joining the show. I'm not at that water cooler, so I don't know if he's innocent or guilty. But if you're that triggered by BK being put on the screen, then you should probably go check out another case, because unfortunately with Idaho4, we do have these pictures up here quite often with anybody that talks about the case. So you might want to go check out another case, or maybe go check out some cooking shows, okay? Because this right here is, I don't see how it's disrespectful or negative in any way. And I think you're just coming in here to be a McSween troll. So I appreciate you coming in. Thanks for checking out the show. Unfortunately, go check out some cooking shows. Learn how to make some lasagna, because lasagna is some good shit. Do you like lasagna, Rosie? Have you ever had lasagna? Yeah, it's good shit. I love lasagna. Ticket 128. What's up, Moonlight Rays? Thank you for hopping in. B Messick says she subbed to you. Thank you for subbing to her. I'm going to drop her chat or her link in chat again here some more. I just had to, come on. Let's get real. I'm not at the water cooler. And when have I ever said that BK is innocent? I just said shit don't make sense, people.
Even if you do think he's innocent, sorry. Even if you do, you're gonna see his picture. That's what's the point of talking about him if you're not gonna?
Yeah, it's like seeing a family member. Well, you know what? I mean, this. Don't hang out in true crime shows. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Most people that we talk about are going to be in a jumpsuit or behind a jail cell or, in cuffs or something. You know what I mean? It's our job. Like, it's not about, it's the message. Yeah, this guy's what if he is innocent, right? We're going to talk about what if he is innocent. This is the predicament he's in. Why wouldn't you show this picture? You know what I'm saying? This is the predicament that this person's in. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. They were already saying dumb shit before.
I think it's one thing if you're showing him in a bad light, but if you're just showing him for who he is and the situation that he's in, then you kind of have to.
Yeah. There's a reasonable doubt discussion still afloat. I mean, yeah, I wish I was at the water cooler. I'm not. Thank you for hopping in, though, Gannon. I could already tell what you were about in the first place. I just wanted to be like, really? Is this what you have to come up with as a troll? I can't even make a t-shirt out of that, Gannon. I love the trolls that are actually, I can't even make a t-shirt out of it. Like, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do with that one? You're showing it. He's innocent. You're showing it like it's a family member of mine, and I don't like it. Oh, okay. What am I supposed to do with that? Come on now. Be better. Be better, trolls. Be better. Just like these parents out here doing their children disservice. Trolls. You're doing trolls a disservice coming here saying some weak ass shit like Gannon. Be better, trolls. Be better.
Different pieces, but I don't know where they fit together. End quote. We know that in Kohberger's probable cause affidavit, police described using traditional investigative techniques to come to the conclusion that Kohberger was their suspect. DNA evidence also came into play when it came to alleging Kohberger was the perpetrator, but the DNA only factored in after the other evidence, such as the surveillance footage of Kohberger's white Elantra and cell phone location data, was unearthed. 6 months after Kohberger's arrest in December of 2022, prosecutors acknowledged that an advanced DNA technique known as investigative genetic genealogy, or IgG, is what initially led investigators to Kohberger. Per the Idaho Statesman article, quote, the process involves submitting DNA located at a crime scene to public genealogy websites to build a family tree related to possible suspects and narrow an investigation. The police made no mention of the FBI's use of IgG in the affidavit, end quote. Now, you may recall that a single source of male DNA was found on a leather sheath left at the crime scene. That DNA was then processed. Prosecutor Bill Thompson has argued that the state wasn't required to disclose the FBI's use of IgG, and this is because they, meaning the prosecution, doesn't intend to introduce it at the trial. They say it's irrelevant to Kohberger's defense. Instead, the prosecution planned to present a comparison of DNA evidence that the police obtained from a cheek swab of Kohberger during his arrest directly to the DNA found on the sheath. That comparison showed a statistical match. Bada bing, bada boom. Thompson wrote in his court filing, quote, the IgG process pointed law enforcement toward Kohberger, but it did not provide law enforcement with substantive evidence of guilt. The IgG info is not material to the preparation of the defense, end quote. By saying not material to the preparation of the defense, Thompson means the IgG information is not of significant evidentiary value when it comes to defending Kohberger. This fight over the release of the prosecution's IgG records went on for 8 months. But last month, Judge John Judge, who is overseeing the case, granted the defense at least some of the FBI's records from the IgG process. What was turned over and what may not have been turned over is unknown to we the public because the documents were sealed. A forensic DNA expert named Tiffany Roy told the Idaho Statesman that Kohberger's defense team is perhaps working toward leveraging its recent access to the FBI records to make a constitutional rights claim against illegal searches and seizures under the U.S. Constitution's Fourth Amendment. Roy, who apparently also has a law degree, said that the prosecutor's attempts to conceal information about the use of IgG to identify a suspect alone should give the public pause. She is quoted as saying this: "I don't understand the government's argument here. You have an obligation to expose every part of your investigation, and then we decide what is important. If the FBI were doing the right thing, they wouldn't have to make these arguments. Put it all out on the table." End quote. Oy vey, I really hope that the FBI did not do anything illegal that could get the DNA evidence thrown out. But according to David Gurney, who is the director of the IgG Center, I didn't know there was an IgG Center, and a professor of law and society at Ramapo College of New Jersey, said he's never before seen a case where the defense team received access to this level of IgG records in the discovery phase. FYI, the discovery phase is the stage in a lawsuit where both parties, the prosecution and the defense, gather and exchange information and evidence relative to their respective cases. This allows both sides to build arguments and understand the other party's claims ahead of the trial. Per David Gurney, the next battle between the state and the defense could be over whether the defense will be allowed to present IgG evidence to the jury at trial. Apparently, IgG records have been introduced at trial a couple of times before, but only when the prosecutors chose to do so when they felt it was beneficial to their case. Gurney is quoted as saying this: "It's potentially novel in that way. I would try to get all of this information in front of the jury. I would try to just muddy the waters by showing, oh, the state did all of these bad things, so therefore you should just not trust them at all. For instance, prosecutors have not publicly disclosed which genealogy websites police used to land on Kohberger, only that the FBI submitted the crime scene DNA to, quote, one or more of the publicly available services." Per the article, law enforcement primarily works with two lesser-known websites called GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA, but has at least in some past instances found ways to access DNA profiles on a more widely used platform with more users. Forensic DNA expert and lawyer Tiffany Roy added, quote, "They, meaning the cops, have access to GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA, and that's it. So if they didn't get what they wanted from those databases and need to fish around in other databases, I would be really uncomfortable with that." End quote. The article in the Idaho Statesman goes on to say, Ancestry.com and 23andMe are more popular competitors in the genealogy industry, but neither of the direct-to-consumer services cooperates with law enforcement according to their websites. Instead, investigators have, in other cases, previously reviewed DNA profiles on MyHeritage, yet another of the genealogy platforms available online. The reason that they would have done it, if they did it, is it gives you access to a much larger number of people, a much larger number of matches, and in theory, that will make your job easier.
Yeah, and Vargas, like Vargas was testifying. That's why Bill Thompson freaked the hell out when she was on the stand and she was testifying, when she was like, oh, this is she was having a hard time even admitting, but she's under oath and she's like, yes, I know firsthand that this has been done before, where they get the information through sources that aren't supposed to be part of investigations, and they do it happens, and then Bill Thompson's like, we don't even know how to ask her questions in response because we weren't prepared. I didn't know you need to be prepared to ask a common sense question, that is just to blame it on. And then we sent people over there to ask her what was going on. Like, why did you even admit this? Because it's true. This shit does exist. And it could be very well the informant could be a legally obtained freaking DNA profile or whatever. Because, like I said, this whole time, Rosie, I don't mess with 23andMe or anything like that. This whole time, I thought that you had to have some kind of proof that it was you when you're doing these kind of tests. And then when I'm sitting here and I'm talking to people and I'm like, you don't even need to give any kind of identification to send in. So I could literally put first name Joe, last name Dirt, and Joe Dirt can really have DNA on 23andMe. And it's like, yeah. So you could have put it in as whatever name up, took the DNA, uploaded it, and then next thing you know, because it went from ISP to Orthram, it went from ISP, basically it was just DNA on cotton swabs that got sent to Orthram. Orthram would love to have DNA on a cotton swab because they're trying to find DNA. Then they can't find nothing, and so they hurry up and send it to the FBI, which has a humongous, way more levels of, links or connections that can take place, with this DNA. So it's like, what, and we've even heard of other people getting off cases like this because the higher agency didn't want to show the technology that they used to get the match. So instead of releasing the technology that they used to get the match, they instead let this person go because they couldn't provide that information of how they got it linked up. Like this, it could be one of those things where they don't want to show people the technology that they use, but you should have to show their work. You should have to show your work, especially with this.
I mean, and what is the big deal about showing your work? I mean, seriously, if you have nothing to hide, then I don't understand what the problem is.
And you have to have it with this kind of, you hear it from all these experts. This isn't just 2 damn tests and you're done. They run a test and 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 a test. And every time they run a test, it's not the same stuff that's getting tested. It's new. That's how they do it. How much new testing can you get out of 20 skin cells?
Right. And I mean, it's just not normal to be so defensive about it. It just
no.
It's just a waste of energy. There has to be a reason.
It makes no sense. How do you, for you to even get to the connection, you go off the homework. That's how you get to the connection, because you have to go through all those different tests that are ran test, and you look at all of the homework, and that's how you come to the conclusion of who in the hell it is. So for you to not have the homework, which it takes in order for somebody to even get to the finish line, how do you not have the homework? How do you not have it?
No, it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't.
It really doesn't.
They can't show it because they did the test. Found the guy, deleted the profile. Yeah. Well, they don't have to, that was one of the things we asked a long time ago was, is this normal? Is this normal for them to do this kind of work and get rid of the shit? Yes, it is. It is normal. It's not anything different for the higher agency to produce work, and get rid of it. Produce the result, get rid of the process. It's common practice, and I can see why. Because if they really are using technology that they don't want out there, then they're gonna get rid of the fucking evidence of the technology and just give you the tip. Here, we're not going to tell you this crazy ass technology that we have, but it led us to a suspect. Now, we'll probably make this public in 10 years or something, or 5 years or something, but right now, we're keeping it a fucking secret because that's how we protect whatever. We're just going to give you the tip. Is it that kind of situation? And I think it might be because when you look at the whole time the court trial is taking place, and you look at everything that the prosecution has been saying this whole time, we don't have anything else. They've given the tip. They don't have the IgG. And Taylor's still asking for the IgG. She's still asking for the chain of custody. How can we simply provide something we just don't have? When they're sitting there telling you and giving you examples of other court cases where they didn't have to offer up DNA process information and connections, just the connection itself, because a higher agency wouldn't allow them to have access to the homework. So it's like you're giving them an example of like, look, it's already happened before, where a prosecution has told a judge and a defense, we can't get that documentation because we don't even have access to it. So if it's under another investigation, well, then it has to be one of their own. It can't be any other reason why you shouldn't be able to provide it if it is under investigation, because it's either Kohberger or the victims.
Right. But I mean, in the last hearing, they said they were making progress on the IgG stuff. So if they really have nothing to work with, then how are they doing that? Like, what do they mean?
Right. And like, how, if you're going off a tip, if you're going off a tip and that's, yeah, we got the tip that it's Kohberger. We got let's get the trash from the daddy, right? And let's send it to ISP so ISP can link it up. Yeah. It's just sketch. It's just sketch. They don't want to. They don't. They, like I've said from the beginning, they're betting like they got a royal flush, and they got a pair of fucking sevens. And you can't tell me that nobody that won a poker tournament has never played that hand. I guarantee you they have. I would guarantee you a poker player has had a pair of sevens, and they've won a tournament based off of bluffing. It happens. They sat there. This is what they were having when they arrested Kohberger, right? When they arrested Kohberger, they had a 6, 7, 8, and they had a 6, 7, 8, and a 9, right? 6, 7, 8, and a 9, and they all had freaking the same suit, and they're like, ooh, that fifth card, I'm going all in, baby, because I'm expecting that card, right? You're expecting evidence to materialize. You're putting your chips all in, and then you're waiting for that evidence to materialize, and somebody didn't shuffle the deck right, because then you just got a joker, and you're like, shit, that's not even supposed to be in the deck. And then what are you supposed to do at that point? You're going to go, oh, well, yeah, I'm all in. Shit, what are you talking about? You ain't got nothing. Yeah, that's where they're at right now, is my opinion.
They're still like, no, this is fine. Yeah. No.
They're like, oh, yeah, we got this. Even though they just took that big shit. We were waiting for that last card. That was a spade. We were waiting for it. And then we picked it up and it was a diamond. And it's like, shit. It didn't happen. And I think that's what they were waiting on. They were waiting on that extra shit, because really, if you don't have the IgG, which then connected BK to Daddy BK from the trash, if you don't have that, do you even have the probable cause is what I'm asking. Because, like, where's the cast data? There's not. She's still even asking for the cast data. You know?
Yeah.
If you don't have the IgG DNA connection when it comes to it, then what do you have? Oh, we're going to go apprehend somebody and bust in their house at 3 a.m. and break windows and bust doors open and go charge somebody and arrest somebody the way we did without even asking them to come in to sit down for an interview or give us a sample? Like, you're taking the trash from the dad. What the fuck? Right. You're going to tell me that BK didn't go to a freaking McDonald's or a Burger King or a Wendy's or a coffee shop or another establishment that had some kind of fucking, like some kind of, or he touched something, or I mean, you had to like go to the garbage can. And it wasn't even BK's, it was his dad's. Like, what the fuck? If you wanted BK's DNA, why didn't you just get BK's DNA?
I mean, you could have just asked him. At that point, I feel like he would have just. I mean, what? No, it's like a whole long path down the garden path to get to something that should have just been much more straightforward. It just doesn't. I don't get it.
No, it doesn't make sense. Let me see here. Yeah, there's nothing live on Judge's YouTube channel. It ain't live yet. Nothing live yet. I was gonna play this in the meantime while we take. I was gonna try and reboot the network, but then the screen share would go away and all that other stuff, and I haven't figured out a way that I can somehow transfer everything to reboot a network. So you know what I might do? Let me try and use my phone. Hold on. No, I'll try and do that later. I'll do it on another show to see if it even, because I would hate for this thing to get shut down. I'm going to go ahead and play. If you want to take like a 10-minute, 15-minute break, Rosie, I'm going to take a few minute break. I'm going to play this old court hearing. In the meantime, I'm going to make a K cup, and I'm going to get a little snack, a banana or a banana muffin here, and then I'll be back on camera. But I am going to be listening, and I will chit chat on the mic. I'm just going to be taking a break, getting a K cup, and having a muffin here, real quick. So what's up, Kaleido? So it should be any time. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to have it up. We're going to, as soon as it drops in live, I'm going to switch to it. If you see it drop live before I do, let me know, because I'm not perfect. So let us know. I'm going to play this in the meantime, and we'll be back here in just a few on the cam. And if you want to take a break, go ahead, Rosie. And if at any moment, Rosie, you want me to pause it to chat about something too, let me know as well. I'll just be off camera eating my muffin.
On the record, please. Okay, we are on the record. This is State of Idaho versus Brian Koberger, case number CR 29222805. We have Ms. Taylor, Ms. Logston, and Ms. Massett representing Mr. Koberger. Ms. Mathis is remote. Mr. Koberger obviously is in the courtroom. The state is represented by Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, who is here also remotely, Mr. Nye, and Ms. Beatty. So we're here. This is an open case. You probably know we had a closed hearing this morning, and that was necessary because that was related to the grand jury, which is secret. So that's what that was all about. I'm assuming that you've all seen the amended order governing courthouse and courtroom conduct. we made some changes, and you probably also know that we are streaming now, and that is on a YouTube channel. If you don't know that, you can go to the Supreme Court website, and you can get that channel if you don't have that already. So you don't want to be on a camera, you probably should leave. But generally, we can't see very well farther back in the courtroom. So just so you're aware of that. So today, we are addressing reconsideration of the order denying motion to dismiss the indictment, and that order is focused on the claim of inaccurate instructions to grand jury. Also coupled on that is the potential for permission for appeal for interlocutory order. So, and a stay of proceeding in the case. I think that's all the preliminary. Ms. Taylor.
Mr. Logston will be arguing, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Logston.
We can, I guess, be succinct since we argued almost the very same thing this morning. But in essence, what we're asking the court to do is to give us the court's blessing to take up the issue to the Idaho Supreme Court. I think the court has noted that it's certainly an interesting issue. The Idaho Supreme Court does have a rule that essentially lays out that this is to be done in very rare circumstances, important issues where people may disagree and that may make it more orderly in a particular case. Our argument is that for this case to exist, the indictment needs to be valid. If there's something wrong with the indictment, that's something that certainly should be addressed. We're also concerned about the fact that there is case law that says that if this case goes to trial, issues with the indictment may become essentially mooted by that and would never be answered. And there's relatively little in the way of case law in Idaho in the last 20, 30, 40 years. And so without permission to appeal, we may never get an answer on this. And certainly that's very important to Mr. Koberger, because whether or not there's a valid indictment in this case is going to decide whether or not he sits here and whether or not a trial should occur, et cetera. One of the major issues is whether or not that's going to have an issue with the timeliness of this case. And my understanding is that's going to be the next argument that comes after this one. And so we believe if a trial is set out as far as we think it ought to be, that an appeal at this point won't disturb where we think a trial should occur in any case. And in any matter, this isn't our attempt to achieve some delay. This is our attempt to make sure that our client is getting due process at every step in this case, and that nothing is being left, no stone left unturned. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Logston. Mr. Nye.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to start with the rule that was just referenced. It's Idaho Appellate Rule 12, and it governs interlocutory appeals. And the criteria in that rule set out two factors the court is supposed to consider. The first is whether or not there are substantial grounds for difference of opinion. And on this particular issue, as the court stated in its order, the standard of proof for grand juries in Idaho has been consistently probable cause for at least 3 decades. That doesn't sound like substantial grounds for a difference of opinion. And in fact, the defense conceded in their opening brief on this issue that, quote, the whole of modern jurisprudence on this issue is against this novel theory that they've raised. So they haven't met that first factor. The second one asks whether an immediate appeal may materially advance the orderly resolution of the litigation. And I have not yet seen in their briefing or heard in their argument any path forward for them in which winning this appeal materially advances this litigation. I think if we're all being honest with ourselves, a trial in this case is going to happen. And the question is when? And if we send this case up on appeal, even if the defendant wins, the law clearly allows for us to bring the case back. Even if the Idaho Supreme Court goes out on a limb and says, you're right, the standard of proof in a grand jury should be beyond a reasonable doubt, we could use a normal complaint and probable cause hearing in front of a judge. So it would be the same standard yet again, and we would go in a whole circle, basically resetting the case to be where we're at today. We need to get to a trial in this case. And that brings me to my final point. I'll also try and keep this short. There are secondary factors that the Idaho Supreme Court has looked to in addition to that rule, even when those first two factors are met, to decide, is this actually the case that we want to take an interlocutory appeal? And my read of those secondary factors is it's really asking, like, what is the effect of this appeal on the litigation and on the parties and those involved? And I would just like to point out to the courts, under the rules, this is Idaho Appellate Rule 13F, and it's talking about the stay upon permissive appeal. And it says in F sub 2 that the granting of a motion for permission to appeal under Rule 12 by the Supreme Court automatically stays the entire action or proceeding until the appeal is terminated. So at that point, there's no more discretion. It automatically this case. It's the pause button. But more than that, Your Honor, it continues and says, and during that time, the district court or administrative agency shall have no power or authority over the action or proceeding. We're not just talking about a stay in the proceedings. We are talking about this court losing its power and authority over this case while the appeal makes its way through the appellate process. That is going to cause significant delay. As we're about to have an argument or a conversation at least about scheduling. And there is a lot that needs to be done before this trial happens. And this court will have no power to address those issues if this case is pending on appeal. Now, in full disclosure, there are some exceptions to that rule, but it's the exact same exceptions that apply to an appeal as a right after judgment. So it's things like you can change the sentence, you can sentence the defendant, you can change bail, things like that. But for discovery, we've had the genetic genealogy issue that's still out there. We're working and making progress on, but pause button on that, pause button on discovery, pause button on change of venue, pause button on motions about experts and who can say what. It would significantly delay this litigation, which brings me to my final point, and that is I don't want to lose sight of the fact of the seriousness of this case. We are talking about a quadruple homicide. Under Idaho's law, not only are those who were killed victims, but every single one of their immediate family members is a victim. And in this state, in Idaho, our victims have a constitutional right to a timely resolution of the litigation. We are already quite a ways out. And the idea that we would hit the pause button and take power away from this court because there is a interesting issue for the Idaho Supreme Court to address is not something that this court or any court should tolerate. It's time for a trial, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nye. Mr. Lawson? Why?
Judge, once again, we believe this to be an important issue and one that is worth getting a glance, at least from a higher court, rather than being tucked away and forgotten in the maelstrom that is to come. As the state undoubtedly knows, trial won't put an end to this case. This case will go on for 28 years if they do actually achieve a conviction. So the idea that somehow we're running towards something and that's going to do anybody any good from their standpoint is, I think, false. What we're trying to do is make sure that the things that occur in this case are done correctly. And if you want to talk about how long things are going to take, get some stuff wrong, and then see how long it all takes. We're asking that the court would give us permission to go and see if the Idaho Supreme Court would be willing to weigh in on this particular subject. Whether or not the case makes its way to trial at some point is, in our mind, just part of what the court has to look at, particularly in a case where the state's decided that it wants to try to kill someone. Thank
you. Excuse me. Well, first of all, this is a reconsideration of the order relating to dismissing the indictment, whether or not the standard for proof on a grand jury is probable cause or beyond reasonable doubt. I don't think we've done anything wrong about that. That decision was put out quite a while ago. It's rooted in well-settled law. And I think it was correct. Supreme Court, I guess, could turn that around, but that is doubtful in my opinion. We went through Idaho Constitution, statutes, case law, criminal laws, and really common sense. So I feel quite confident that that was a correct decision. So that established that it is well established that the standard of proof for indictment in the grand jury is probable cause, not beyond a reasonable doubt, which is the standard for trial. So putting that aside, now we get to this permission to appeal under Rule 12. So, excuse me, let me just get this in front of me. So the criteria for permission to appeal, this is in Rule 12 of the Idaho Appellate Rules. First of all, it's very, very rare in case law for such an appeal going to the Supreme Court. It does happen, but it is rare. And the court has established this criteria. And I'll just read this part of this. The issue needs to involve a controlling question of law as to which there is substantial grounds for difference of opinion. Again, in my opinion, and based in all the law in Idaho that I've found, is that there's not a difference of opinion about what the standard for the grand jury is. So the defense is making that argument. I respect that. I don't agree with that, but that's where this is. I don't see a difference of opinion throughout the state about what the standard is for grand jury determining an indictment. But this also has a second component. And this is something that Mr. Nye really focused on, is which an immediate appeal from the order may materially advance the orderly resolution of the litigation. And I'm very concerned about delay. And I think that if we send this to the Supreme Court, that it's going to add delay. Mr. Logston is correct. I mean, this is a complicated case. It could take a long time, longer than any of us want. But I think that would add additional delay. As I said, I'm already concerned about that. We're over a year. Could be another year. I'll just let you all know that. Now, even if the Supreme Court takes up this appeal, or I deny it, and I'm going to deny the permissive nature of this. If I deny it, the Supreme Court can still pick up the appeal. That's up to them. But they do look at what the district judge's opinion may have some bearing on that. I hope so. But they could still overturn the orders of this court denying the motions to dismiss the indictment. And they could dismiss the indictment. What would happen then? Okay, is this going to really materially advance the orderly resolution of the litigation? The state could just file it, refile it, as Mr. Knight said. So that's significantly more delay. So there's some other, actually, this is in a case law, Idaho versus Todd, where it's an old case, 1983, but the court also considers other factors, including the impact of the immediate appeal upon the parties, the effect of the delay of proceedings in the district court pending the appeal, the likelihood of possibility of second appeal after judgment is finally entered by the district court, and the case workload of the appellate courts. But it finishes with an appeal must be exceptional, seeking of that appeal. Because the Supreme Court doesn't broaden the appeals, which may be taken as a matter of right under Rule 11. So, in my opinion, I do not find that the criteria is satisfied for a permissive appeal. There's no controlling question of law where there is substantial grounds for difference of opinion. The law is settled as far as I'm concerned, and there's no difference that I'm aware of. I also do not see how the appeal could advance the case. To the contrary, it would stall the process when we really need to move forward. So I'm denying the permission for appeal, but obviously denying the motion to reconsider. And with that, I think we are ready to go to setting a trial, or at least a schedule order. So anything else about this issue before we go to that? Ms. Taylor?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Thompson?
No, sir.
Do you want to go first, Mr. Thompson, about the state's position on scheduling?
Yes, sir. I'd be happy to. And to start, Mr. Lodson said something that I think needs to be addressed. He makes the allegation the state is trying to kill someone here, and frankly, I find that offensive. What the state is trying to do is to enforce the law that our legislature has put in place. It says, in cases such as this, with facts like this, a jury is entitled to decide not only guilt, but potential felony. We are simply trying to fulfill our responsibilities under the law. To characterize it as the state is trying to kill someone, it's just simply appealing to raw emotion, and it has no place in this courtroom. We would ask that that not be allowed any further. Now, as to the trial, Ms. Nyer already noted that we have a variety of competing interests here. We have certainly the defendant's right to a speedy trial, which he has waived at this point. There are also interests of the state itself, and I think even more importantly, the victims and the families of the victims in this case to a timely disposition of this case. Granted, this is a complicated case. It is a very serious case, and a lot of effort needs to rightly be put into it to make sure that the case is handled correctly. At the same time, we need to all forward in a constructive, productive fashion. When the state filed our motion asking for a scheduling order and trial date, which was a little bit over a month ago, we proposed the summer of this year. And at that time, at this time right now, we believe that we could be prepared for trial summer of this year. We realize defense has factors and considerations they want your honor to take into account, and certainly we want to afford them that opportunity. I will say though, that we touched on this in our motion, in our request for the scheduling order, that given the nature of this case, if we are going to try this case effectively with minimal unnecessary harm or disruption to our community, it should be done during the summertime. And I say that because right across the street there is Moscow High School that shares parking all around the courthouse with everybody else who's going to have an interest in this case and being here. And we've already encountered the conflict between those interests. We can't sustain that for weeks and weeks on end. That's just not fair to the students. It's not fair to the school district. It's not fair to the media. It's not fair to anybody. The other factor is, as your honor knows, we have two universities, part of our community. And during the academic year, we have graduations, we have numerous sporting events and other university-related events that essentially consume every available hotel or motel room within miles. This case is going to involve bringing in people from out of state, numerous witnesses from out of state who will have to be put up in lodge. And we would submit that that's going to be unnecessarily complicated if trial occurs while the universities are in session. So those are the considerations that we have, your honor. As I said, we filed this last month at that time, and as we stand here today, we believe that we could be ready for trial this summer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. Your Honor, I received Mr. Thompson's motion for a scheduling order, and I had the opportunity to meet with him and talk with him and Ms. Jennings about that. So it is no surprise to the prosecution that we do not believe a summer of 2024 trial is realistic in any way. Understanding the state's concerns, if a trial were to happen in Latah County, we would suggest looking at summer of 2025. However, council and the court's aware that our intention is to file a motion for change of venue. That hasn't been filed yet because we're not ready to have that heard yet. There's work that has to be done to present to the court and council in support of that. So that's just for the court's information. Your Honor, that in the state's scheduling order, it asks the court for various things. And a lot of those we don't have disagreement with. We think they're appropriate. And in fact, they were things that were covered by the court in the court's original scheduling order. As the court and council recalls, last fall, we had not made the choice to waive speedy trial. And so the court did a scheduling order at that time. It wasn't but a few days later that we'd had enough time to discuss that. And Mr. Koberger decided to waive his speedy trial. And the court vacated that order. So I'm familiar with what the court likes to put out there as far as a scheduling order. And I don't think there's a problem with that. I would want to inform the court that I do not believe this is a 6-week trial. I believe this is more like a 12 to 15-week trial. This is, as everybody said today, a very complicated case. And I want to talk a little bit about what drives both our request no sooner than summer of 2025. And I say that with fear, Your Honor. There are a lot of things that we have to still do. I want the court and council to know that we haven't sat around waiting for a scheduling conference to begin doing those things. We have been on this case and active and seeking discovery and reviewing discovery, meeting with experts and working the case since the day we were assigned this case. So with that said, there's still plenty to do. And I want to talk a little bit specifically about that. In a case where there is the potential for a death penalty, we're looking at 2 tracks of trial. We're looking at the innocence phase where there's tons of witnesses and a lot of things that happen. And if there is a guilty verdict, we immediately go to a sentencing phase. That's up to the jury what happens there, but both parties have to be ready to proceed forward. So we don't get the luxury of focusing on our case, the state's investigation, our own investigation solely. We focus on that. We are working on that, but we are required to begin our mitigation case. That's what it's called, the penalty case. We are to put on mitigation. We are guided by the ABA standards, American Bar Association standards, in capital cases. That's what this is. A death penalty case is a capital case, and we're guided by those standards. And they tell us that as attorneys, we must investigate every aspect of the case in the innocence phase. We must meet with our client regularly, which we do. We must engage in experts and understand the issues that are coming, which we are. The American Bar Association guidelines in capital cases say we must hire a mitigator, and there must be a mitigation investigation. We hired a mitigator, probably one of the very first people we contacted. And so that has been ongoing for 13 months almost as well. We have not been sitting back and waiting. Your Honor, in this case, the complexities are that there are special areas of focus. And when we get to trial, counsel for the state will put on experts to educate the jury on specific areas of focus, as will we. And it takes a while to get all of that done. In addition to that, as the court knows, everything is recorded. There's digital footprints all over the place. And so we have a lot of records that we have to go through. I know that the court has heard about 51 terabytes of information that we've received. And I want to tell you what that means. Ms. Massa found a statistic for me, and I want to tell you how much 51 terabytes of data is. And she found that. She was looking at Dropbox.com, and 51 terabytes of our discovery, to put it in perspective, 1 terabyte can hold 250,000 pictures. 1 terabyte, and we have 51 of those. Or 500 hours of high definition video, and we just have 1 of those. So 500 hours times 51, or 6.5 million document pages. And that's equal to 1,300 filing cabinets. And we have 51 terabytes, not just 1.
Isn't that crazy?
That's a lot.
Isn't that crazy?
There's specialized knowledge. There's a lot to go through in this case. We also have
What's up, Crystal? What's up, everybody?
Player in the case, and that's the presence of the media. This is a case that has drawn a ton of attention from the media, and it continues to do so, and I don't think that's stopping anytime soon. The impact of that is that we have found that when we want to talk to witnesses, sometimes they don't want anything to do with us. Sometimes they're people that have already talked to the media too much, and so we shouldn't talk to them or bring them into the case.
Enon.
So that's just a complication. We're working through it. We're working around it. But that's something that the court has to be aware of. I want to let the court know that there are over 400 potential witnesses in the innocence phase alone. I personally and my team have talked to less than 10%, well less than 10% of those witnesses. In the mitigation phase, our mitigation expert has been actively working the case. We've all been working alongside our mitigation expert. There are still well over 100 people.
What's up, Mary? It'll be live here in a few.
And try to interview. And let me back up and explain what we do with mitigation. We are to learn Brian's life story. We are to go all the way back to before he was born and learn his life story. We have to be prepared to talk about that in different ways. But it's not just a life story. We're required to go 3 generations back on each side, mom and dad. The court can imagine that there are a lot of documents that must be collected and examined and reviewed so that we are aware of things that we would need to present to our jury if we ever got to that phase. We have had a lot of trouble collecting documents. Sometimes it takes a court order to get documents. Sometimes documents are missing. Sometimes they're very old and you have to piece things together. We're working through it, but I want the court to know it takes some time for that as well. There are records yet to be obtained that we need in both sides. There are still experts yet to be hired that we need to find an expert that has the right expertise and will work on the case with us. We do have several, we're working with them, but there are still more that need to be found. And then let's come back to the discovery. I want to talk about some of the difficulties with discovery, and I want everybody to know that I am not disparaging the state when I say this. I'm describing a complication, a challenge, probably one that the state shares. In this case, we began asking for supplemental discovery in February of 2023. We had some initial discovery, and then we started looking at it and asking for other discovery. We are up to our 11th request for discovery, and there's, I think, 250 items total with subparts to that. The state will respond to us. They're not ignoring us. I'm not saying that at all. There's just a lot out there. But this is complicated because the discovery that we receive, the materials, there's videos, there's interviews, there's police reports, there's photographs, 13,000 photographs that come in, and they are not indexed. So you get a discovery file and there's tons of subfiles, and I believe this is the way the state's getting it too. And I believe this is complicated because we have multiple law enforcement entities that have been working on the case, and I believe they filter discovery through one of the entities and then it gets to the prosecutor. And I think they're hurrying as fast as they can to get the discovery to us.
All right, here we go. Thank you. Let's see. Let's get it going here. Full screen. Thank you, Caddy. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for hopping in. Let me flip it this way here. And I'm just going to let it play like this. I won't be displaying any comments or making any commentary. I'm going to let this thing play through, and then we will chat after the court hearing is over. Thank you, everybody, for hopping in. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It is the free way. And if you're not subscribed, please consider it.
Okay.
Also, I'll be dropping Rosie's link in chat.
Right.
Go subscribe
Sorry
to her.
for the delay. We are now on the record. This is State versus Ryan Koberger, CR 2922-2805. Mr. Koberger is here in the courtroom. He is represented by Ms. Taylor and Ms. Nassif. Mr. Logston is participating through Zoom. The state is represented by Bill Thompson, Ashley Jennings, Jeff Nye, and Ingrid Beatty. The proceedings, I think they are live streaming through the court's YouTube channel. So please do not attempt to record, film, or transmit during the proceedings. Thank you for that. All right, so we have some motions to address today. And I thought we should first go with the defendant's motion to allow experts and investigators access to view IgG information. If that makes sense, I think also the motion to clarify sealed order for disclosure of IgG and merges into that. So go ahead, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. Your Honor, reading the state's response, I think the state has no objection to the three named experts having access to the sealed IgG materials or the materials subject to protective order. So I think what we're really talking about is our investigative team for Brian's case to have access to the IgG materials. And the state has objected to that. They've objected in part because they are not named in our motion. So I want to address that first. Your Honor, they are not named, and I can name them, that's not a problem. But the reason I didn't is based on consistency. These same investigators have had access to the grand jury materials to assist us in the case. They've had access to other things subject to protective order, and they're not named in those. They have access, there's three items subject to other protective order, and that's medical information from hospitals, that's University of Idaho records, and most recently, police procedures. They haven't been required to be named in orders in any of those. And so for consistency, I did the same thing. But we can name them if that is a sticking point. I would note that The members of the FBI that did the analysis are not named in the materials either. Your Honor, the reason why our investigators are important to have access to the IGG materials is because of the kind of case this is and the kind of investigation that we're required to launch in the case. We have to have investigators on a death penalty case, and we have them. These materials or these items in the IGG binder, those are things that we may end up filing motions in court for. In order to prepare for those, we rely on our investigators to help us with side tasks, with big tasks, with all of the tasks. We would need to utilize our experts. If our investigators can't have access to the materials, they'll have to be shut out of those meetings with those experts, and they'll have to be shut out of court proceedings that we might launch related to those materials. Your Honor, to meet our constitutional duties, in Brian's case, his rights to have effective assistance of counsel, to have a full investigation, to have a fair trial, we have to have investigators. Those investigators are on board and have been on board, and they help us understand things that are given to us by the state. They help us find witnesses, they help us find experts, and they're necessary to be part of the conversation of what the IGG materials are and what they mean. This matters in figuring out how Mr. Koberger ends up on the police radar and subject to these proceedings here. I know we've talked about this before, and I still don't have all of those answers. I believe today, with our experts getting access, we're going to make some headway with that, but we also need our investigators to be part of those discussions as well. Again, Your Honor, if their names appearing in a court order is an issue, that we'll do that. We'll do that. That's inconsistent with the other protective orders, but we'll do that. And they'll be subject to the protective order just like we are, and they'll abide by it just like they've done for the other protected materials they've had access to. And while we're on that line, if the court wants me to talk about the clarification, I can do that.
Let's hear from the state first. I mean, I understand the having investigators. I think what we're talking about, though, is just with the IGG, that we have to be especially careful about, you know, who's going to have the access, what they're going to do with it. I think I agree. It's clear that the state has no objection to the three experts that you've named. So I don't think that's a problem. But let me go to Ms. Jennings. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
That's correct, Your Honor. And Your Honor is familiar and aware of the materials that we're discussing, and you're also aware of the sensitive nature of those materials. The state is really just following the court's lead in your protective order, where you named specifically who on the defense team would be allowed to have access. It follows that if we're going to expand that access, that those individuals need to be specifically named. And it's really going to be the only way the court can have control of any unauthorized dissemination, is to know exactly who was privy to what was enclosed. So at a bare minimum, we need to know who it's going to be given over to. Your December 29th sealed order also said that any further dissemination of materials or the information contained within the materials, including to any investigator or experts, must be approved by the court after a showing by the defense as to why such individual needs the information. In the defense's motion, their stated reasoning is, quote, to investigate how and when Mr. Koberger was identified as a suspect, end quote. State maintains they don't need access to all of that highly sensitive information. To satisfy that purpose that is laid out in the November 28, 2023 letter from the FBI to the state. So we would ask that one, they be named. If they are granted access, that it be to that letter, and that the balance of the materials be protected. And we would ask that you follow the proposed language in the state's response from February 9th to ensure further protections of the materials.
Thank you, Ms. Jennings. Sailor?
Well, Your Honor, I know what letter Ms. Jennings refers to. And I think our experts should have access to the actual materials. That letter is a summary. It's a police summary. Our duty is to investigate police work. We do that in every case. And with our heightened duties in a death penalty case, our investigators should have access to the entire record. Our investigators understand what a protective order is, and they'll abide by that protective order. Again, if you want them named in any order allowing them access, that's fine. That's just fine with me. It's most important that they have access to all of the materials. The summary contained in the FBI's letter isn't the totality of the materials. It doesn't show some of the particulars about things that were happening on certain dates. And that's what's important to put into a timeline so that we can try to understand how the state did its work in this case.
Well, one of the issues with this IGP is relevance at all. And so the way I'm viewing it is maybe it needs to go on steps, maybe where it's justified with the relevance or the potential of relevance for some of that information, because from the very beginning, the state's position has been it has no bearing on the case. It will not have any bearing on trial. But I allowed the access to what I thought was potentially relevant, and to allow your experts, now allowing your experts to view that information. So let me just kind of move into the other clarification, because I also understand particularly relevance of mitigation. Okay, what your investigators need to cover. They likely have to have contact with Mr. Kohlberger's family, and that we're not, I don't think we're talking about that kind of investigation. I mean, that is your responsibility. It's also your responsibility to dig in wherever you have to. I mean, I think you're required to do that. So my balancing responsibility is to keep it in control to some degree. So I guess what I'm asking is that I have some justification for making contact with certain families that may have no bearing whatsoever on the case, unless it's in mitigation or something like that. Now, the DNA issues, especially, I mean, maybe especially in the IgG, it has to have some relevance if there's some context, okay, that connects to the case itself. That's how I'm looking at it. I might be wrong, but so you can respond. Okay.
All right, we're talking about a couple of different things here. With our request for clarification, I was talking specifically about people that are already known to our team that we may be in contact with, friends, direct family, parents, sisters, aunts and uncles.
And those can I interrupt you just for 1 second? That has no relevance to the IgG information that you were given.
Those are people we already knew before.
Okay.
So I want clarification that I can continue to talk to the Kohlberger family.
Yes.
I want to make sure I'm not running afoul of court order. I want to be really clear who I'm asking for to have access to the IgGs. It's not our mitigation investigator. That our mitigation investigator, I think the court heard me talk about going 3 generations back to do her work. That's required under the AVN. I'm not talking about her. She wouldn't have access to this. I'm talking about our criminal investigators dealing with the innocent space for Brian. Those are the people that I think should have access to the same materials under the same protective order. They're not doing the generations back. None of the IGG materials would be used for that part of the mitigation work. She's doing her own thing, her mitigation investigator, looking backwards as she's supposed to at the things she needs to. That's not the IGG materials. So putting aside that investigator and thinking of only our criminal investigators that are going to be dealing with our innocent space of the case. Those are the investigators that I'd like to have access. They're the investigators that participate in the meeting with our experts. They're the investigators that help us put the timeline together to understand different things that were happening in the case before Brian's name was ever spoken by anybody. And we're missing that big piece about why was Brian's name spoken and how does that connect to the other pieces that we have. That's what our criminal investigators are going to do. They're not looking at IGG materials, if allowed, to do any of the mitigation work. That's separate and apart. So I want to make sure that that's really clear. Also, when we're talking about whether something is relevant or not, I think that we're thinking of the standard for information to come out in court. That's not what I'm talking about. The court found that the IGG information was material under the discovery rules to the defense and allowed us to have access to some. It's for that same purpose and under that same rule that we're asking the court to allow our investigators to have access to the same materials. Whether or not any of this is something that comes into the court or into trial, that's a question to be answered later. I can see how, I think, this is why I'm really happy to have our experts involved, but I can see a way that there may be a motion practice that happens that relates to this. I'm not there yet.
That's where I'm because if you have these experts, okay, go through this. I've been through all this information, and so if you can go, using your experts, and your experts kind of can tell me and state that you need to investigate particular people, okay, that were involved in this, then we can have a hearing about it. But I'm not quite ready to be convinced that without getting this information from the experts that we're gonna find some pathway, okay, that's going to be helpful to Mr. Coburn.
If I mean,
I don't know.
Courtroom, so if that's what you want to do, we can. I'm here. We waited a while to come to this hearing. I'm asking for it all with a protective order. If we do it the other way, we can do it. It's just everything takes time. And if that's the preference, that's okay. The court knows and would order us to not reach out to any of the people in this material, and we wouldn't do any of that. If we have a motion to file that references any of the content of the materials, that would be filed under seal. These are sealed items. If there was a hearing, I would guess the court would have a chance to look at the filings before granting me a hearing and hear from the state, and that would be sealed. I'm not asking our investigators have access to run out and start interviewing people. I'm asking they have access to not be shut out of conversations, considering what this means and how our client came to the attention of law enforcement, and to plug things into the timeline of us trying to understand how we got from November 13th to December 29th. That's it, not to go out and try to talk to people. I can just see that there's a potential motion to be filed, but that wouldn't be contacting anybody at all. That would be a motion for the court to decide.
Reassuring. I mean, that's one of the concerns. I mean, pulling a lot of other people into the case that, are completely innocent and don't even have any connection to the situation. So let me go back to Ms. Jennings. Do you have any response to any of this?
No, Your Honor, I'll just reiterate that Ms. Taylor keeps discussing their ability to just understand the timeline. Again, you're very familiar with the materials. Understanding the timeline and how we got from November 13th to December 29th is all laid out in that letter. None of the other materials are going to answer their questions regarding the timeline. So ask that they be given access to that, named investigators to that letter.
Thank you. You may remember a few hearings in the past that the state from the very beginning said there was no, that played no no, I don't know how to even, it wasn't, when I asked them in the hearing that, did you use the IDG, any of the information at the IDG to get the warrant, to get Mr. Koberger's DNA, that was not part of it. So in terms of the time frame, don't know that it's that complicated, because a lot of what happened in the time frame happened before that. Now, that's up to you to dig into that, obviously, but there was a lot of information in the letter too, just their sequence of using the IgG at all. So we're going to have to sort this out, obviously. But going back to what I'd like to do is just get some justification for digging in deeper, if necessary. And I'm not sure it's necessary, but you know, I'm going to keep an open mind about that. So for right now, I would say, let's just get your experts looking at the IgG stuff and exactly what they can read from that. And we'll go from there. Okay. Now, with regard to your clarification, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that your investigators can't contact people that they've already contacted without relying on the IgG information. That work for now?
Yes, Your Honor. Our mitigation expert has done her own family tree based on her work, and she has nothing to do with the IgG material. She's not an expert that would have access to that. She's not named. So she needs to keep doing what she's doing as far as her work goes. And I think the proper clarification is that the IgG materials will not be used to develop any investigative leads.
I think that's fair. And what Ms. Jennings proposed in language in their response to your motion, is that something that you would object to at this point? I'm sure you probably read that language.
I did read it. It's a little bit less straightforward, but I think it covers it. It allows me to continue to speak to the people I'm speaking to and that I need to speak to that are on my list.
Okay. Anything else about that?
No.
These issues. Okay. Ms. Jennings?
No.
Okay, great. Okay, the next question I had is, I know that Mr. Koberger filed for permissive appeal to the Supreme Court, and I just wondered what you know about that, because I have heard nothing about that. I know it was filed.
I know the state filed their objection, and that's the last that I recall seeing about it.
Yes. So at this point, we don't know if the Supreme Court is going to take it. Okay, we don't know. you know anything else, Mr. Thompson?
Not other than the state's response was filed by the appellate division of the Attorney General's office. And I think we're just waiting to hear from the Supreme Court at this point.
Correct, Your Honor. We're just waiting to hear from the Supreme Court. I can tell you there's no deadline in the rule for them. They didn't include a deadline for themselves. And in my experience, it can take anywhere from a couple weeks to a month or so. So at this point, we're just waiting to hear.
So I don't know the answer to this. If it's filed, does that pause what we need to do here, or do we just pause it only when they pick it up?
My read of the rules, Your Honor, is the latter, that we continue as we are unless and until they decide to take it, and then they would decide at that point what exactly is paused and not paused.
Okay, thank you. Anything else about that, Ms. Taylor?
No, thank you, Chair.
Mr. Thompson?
No, sir.
All right, I think we're now to schedule. Starting with, there was a request on change of venue, maybe late April, you were saying.
Yes, Your Honor, either that last week of April, I think it starts the 29th and 30th, or the first or second week of May for the actual hearing is when we'd request. And we would ask that we have until maybe the second week of April to get our initial briefing in, and then the state's response and our reply after that.
So what are you thinking would be the hearing? Like, give me a day or a week.
I would say that first full week of May, maybe that's May 5th or May 6th.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Okay. Ms. Beatty, Ben? Right?
Your Honor, we're asking the court to either deny this motion for change of venue as premature, or to set a hearing date closer to the trial date when that trial date gets set. And the reason for that is when courts look to change of venue and whether or not that's appropriate, the courts look to affidavits that have been filed. Importantly, they look to what jurors say, prospective jurors say during the voir dire process. Another thing that courts look to is the amount of media coverage and the proximity of that media coverage and the intensity of that media coverage to the trial. So in this case, I think we don't have sufficient information to even determine whether or not that's appropriate without seeing what prospective jurors actually say. But B, we're far enough out from trial that we can't really gauge that anyway. So we would ask the court to either deny that motion at this time or to set a hearing further down the road and closer to trial. If we do proceed to hearing, the state would just ask for a scheduling order. At this point, the defense has filed a motion. They did not file any affidavits, disclose any experts. They haven't even filed a supporting memorandum. And so we're not even sure what specific cases they're relying upon. So we can't really respond substantively to that motion until it's briefed. So we would ask the court to set a briefing schedule as well. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Well, my interpretation was that they were going to give us a lot of information, affidavits, maybe testimony for the hearing. Is that right, Ms. Taylor?
Your Honor, you're right. The motion was to put everybody on notice that we'd like to have this addressed. We do intend to have a presentation for the court. We do intend to have briefing for the state. I anticipated we'd get that scheduled today. But no, I didn't file the motion. I filed it to put everybody on notice that it's coming, and I think we need to address it. I think we need to address it before a trial setting. It doesn't make sense to set a trial, get right up to it, and then have to have everybody who's under subpoena rescheduled and have to have the public and the families of everybody disappointed because we're going to reset it at the last minute. So I think we should take care of whether or not the court should change venue sooner rather than later, especially given the length that this trial is anticipated to go. We'll need to schedule a courtroom either here or in another county in Idaho. I mean, we'll need some advance notice to get that done because it'll take a long time to try this case.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Thank you, Ms. Beatty.
And Your Honor, the state is asking for a briefing schedule so that we're not in a situation where the state is learning for the first time during a hearing what experts the defendant might be calling and what their arguments are. We would ask that all of that information be disclosed prior to hearing, including the CVs of any experts that will be testifying.
Well, that's certainly what I would expect. But it's quite sticky, right? To think, you're going to wait until ready to seating the jury, which is probably a 2-week process in this case, and then figure out, hey, we can't seat a jury, so we have to move the trial. At the same time, how do you really know if there's some prejudice without trying to seat a jury? It's really a catch-22.
And all of the logistical concerns that Ms. Taylor is describing are totally correct. The problem is that is what the law requires, and that is what the case law says. The case law does contemplate that. So certainly it's correct to note that there are going to be logistical challenges to that, but that's what the case law requires. But even if the court weren't inclined to wait until we're actually going through the voir dire process, at a minimum, I think it would be appropriate for the court to look to some jury questionnaires and at least go through that process.
Okay. This morning I was looking at State versus Haddon, where that was, you're probably very familiar with that, but that's Court of Appeals case, 2012, I believe. And there was a request to change venue well before the trial. The judge denied that, and then it came up again when they were trying to seat the jury, and then the judge denied that at that point. But kind of a double step to figure out if it was necessary. I've been struggling with this, for months, and so it's hard to know. Now, that doesn't mean that one of the parties can't present evidence, and the standard is kind of squishy, in my opinion, but they can provide that kind of information well before the trial. At the same time, I want to make sure that the state has the opportunity to respond to whatever information Mr. Kohlberger is going to present. So now I'm scratching my head about, is May, first week of May, does that allow enough time? Does that allow enough time for you, Ms. Taylor?
Your Honor, I think it does. I can present the information to the state. I can have my briefing, and I can have affidavits and let them know of any witness that I want to call. I can do that probably by the beginning of the second week of April. And that would give them, if we do this in May, that would give them ample time to read it over and respond to what we intend to present.
Thank you. Ms. Beatty, what are your thoughts?
Your Honor, as far as the duration of time between the briefing and the hearing, the state has no concerns about that. The state would just have concerns about those factors that the courts require us to look to as far as the timing of the hearing compared to the timing of trial. But as far as a briefing schedule prior to the hearing itself, that timeline makes sense to the state.
Well, let's explore that just for a moment. Because I've been thinking about the setting of trial, also for months, but I listened very carefully to Ms. Taylor and Mr. Thompson at our last hearing, and I really, it wasn't clear that I'm not really happy about setting the trial in 2025. It seems so far away. Now, it's not just doesn't just affect Mr. Koberger and his defense, but there's a lot of other considerations. So I am trying to be fair and realistic, okay, about when we could really be ready for trial. Now we want to do it once, okay? So let me go first to you, Mr. Thompson, about when. I know that it's been complicated, the discovery. I mean, you have these different agencies, FBI, state police, the state lab. We've got Moscow Police Department, Latah County, Pullman Law Enforcement, Pennsylvania law enforcement. And I think you mentioned it's hard to get all this stuff together. And that is one of the things that has delayed setting the trial, not to mention the motions about the grand jury procedures, also the issues about the investigative genetic genealogy issues. And I'm kind of curious, okay, when do you think that you will be completely finished with providing discovery to the defense?
Judge, most current projection that we have would probably be at the end of this summer. The majority of the discovery has been provided. That's not to say that Mr. Koberger has been able to, and his defense team been able to digest it all, because it is substantial as an understatement. We are still awaiting information that the defense both wants and needs to have, and we're going back through all of the discovery to make sure that nothing's been overlooked. We have two members of our team, an attorney and a legal assistant, who are essentially assigned full time to that task. And that's projecting we got from them. It could be up to 6 months, which would put us with initial discovery completion at the end of August, 1st of September of this year.
Because last time you were talking about August for the trial.
Sure enough. And that's what we had hoped for. And when we filed our motion for trial setting scheduler back in December, a couple months ago, we felt that was realistic. And as we are looking at where we are right now, I'm not sure that it is. We know that the defense has already indicated that just on the death penalty alone, they will be filing multiple motions, and many of them very lengthy. We've seen the same filings in the Nez Perce County homicide case that recently resolved. Those I could see taking a couple months in and of themselves to address, in addition to motions that actually directly relate to the merits of this trial, discovery, motions of limine, and that sort of thing. Our team met again this morning with our companions from the AG's office here in Moscow, and we actually have a proposal to make to the court for a trial date and a scheduling order, if Your Honor is interested.
I'm very interested. I'll tell you before you say anything about that. Yes, I was looking at whether or not it was realistic and fair. Okay, trying to be compromising to some degree. I think it was March 3rd. 2025.
Well, Your Honor, it just happens to be in pink highlight on my ad here, March 3rd, 2025 for trial.
Okay, I had no idea. I wasn't reading your mind or anything, but I thought that's about the mid. And I remember, Ms. Taylor, that you said that would be the soonest you could be ready.
And that was if everything went right from that point.
And I remember that.
And it hasn't. It hasn't. But I'll hear what their proposals are.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Judge. So we would propose that the court set March 3rd of 2025 as the start of trial. We would propose a September 6th, 2024 preliminary discovery deadline that would include exhibits known at that time. November 8th, 2024 for the defendant's discovery deadline that would give them a chance to respond to any last minute discovery that comes out from the state. February 7th of 2025 for the state to disclose any basically reply or rebuttal to what we've learned from the defense discovery. That would include rebuttal experts. The defense's deadline would also necessarily have to include their mitigation evidence. We would suggest the court consider a final pretrial conference, kind of the pretrial wrap-up details conference for the week of February 12th to 16th, 2025. Since the death penalty related motions are already known and they aren't dependent on discovery, we would ask that any death penalty related motions defense have be filed by September 6th of this year, that the state have until October 11th to respond. The defense can then reply by October 25th and schedule a hearing during the week of November 4th through the 8th of this year. So we can get that wad of 12, 18, however many of those motions are going to be filed, we can get that handled. We would suggest that the court direct the jury questionnaires, if we can't agree on one, that the record suggestions from the state and the defense be to the court by November 1st of this year. That would give the court the opportunity to finalize a jury questionnaire that the court is comfortable with, and it can be ready at the start of the next calendar year, which is when the next jury pool would be polled or would be drawn. And the court can at that point get questionnaires out to an initial panel and can assess in a timely fashion, are we really going to have venue issues in the early part of next year as we approach March 3rd. We propose the jury instructions exhibit list be exchanged by January 31st of 2025. And finally, as to pretrial motions, which would be case-specific motions in limine and those sorts of things, the deadline for filing, that would be November 22nd of this year, with the understanding that parties could file them early. And the state already has been developing a list of various pretrial motions in limine that we think we'd like the court to consider, and we can file those early. But the deadline would be November 22nd, responses by December 13th, replies by December 20th, and then schedule a hearing on any of those pretrial motions sometime during the week of January 6th through the 10th. And I think
you have to write that down.
I have it all written down.
Sorry.
Yes, sir. And we can get it to you in writing. That's not a problem.
Okay. Ms. Taylor, so if things aren't going perfectly, of course they never do.
They never do, Judge. They never do. And I'll say it again. Death is different. This is a capital case. I've heard the court say the court only wants to do it once. I've heard the court ask, what can I do to speed things up? I need discovery. I need all of the discovery. I need the things that we've asked for. I need to not have to fight in motions to compel for things that was done on behalf of the state by the FBI that ends up being used against Brian or used in the investigation. I need that stuff. I need, when I ask for something, I need to get it rather than have to go back and ask and ask and ask again. And I'm not saying anything mean about Bill Thompson. I'm just not. I think he tries his very best, but I think he's hampered by the agencies and the information he gets from them. I can give you some examples. We asked for x-rays. We were told they don't exist. They're listed repeatedly in reports. We asked for them again. And I'm not sure if I'm getting them or not. The response is we have thumbnails, but we haven't found the actual x-rays. There's one example. I asked for certain mapping data done by a member of the CAS team. They said, you have it all. I said, no, I don't. I only have November 29th. And they said, oh, well, I guess we just didn't get that. Something didn't copy right. And I'm not saying anything mean about Bill or his office. I'm saying this is really difficult to drag the information out and get it to my experts or to understand it. And to hear that we're going to have a discovery deadline by the end of August is great. I need to have every piece of everything. I then have to have time to double check and make sure I really got it. I need to have time to get it to my experts and for them to have an opportunity to understand how that impacts their opinions, if at all. So I'm prepared for this case. And then we need time to get things to the state and for them to respond to what we send to them too. I know that this court wants to set this trial. These kinds of cases don't happen in a year. They don't happen in 2 years. They take a long time. This case is challenged with the way discovery has come at us. I'll give you another example. I open up, I get them and I list them in my computer by date. At one point, I gave the court a printout of that so the court could see how I'm getting it. And when I look in a folder, it has subfolders. And I might get some reports from Moscow Police Department with an FBI report. And an FBI report might reference an email. It might reference a photograph. It might reference a screenshot of a picture or of a phone that they took when they interviewed somebody. That's not with it. So maybe a few months later, I get some photos that has these screenshots in. And now I have to try to figure out who gave that screenshot, whose phone did that come from, which officer did that interview, and get them matched up and figure out if it's somebody I need to talk to. So not only do we have a huge volume of information, the way I get it is completely disorganized. And it's like if you wanted to play 52 card pickup with 100,000 decks of cards and throw them in the air, and I have to go figure out how to put them together. And by the way, the backs of every one of those cards look the same. That's what I'm doing. We also have science questions in this case. We have DNA, we have cell phone analysis, we have video analysis. The video analysis that the state really likes in this case, I don't have the full scope of that video with audio that should be available. They're working on it, they really are. I don't think they're not working on it. I'm just saying this is a real thing that takes time. And then you have the public nature of this case, and people don't want to talk to us. They're not wanting to talk to us. So we have to try to get witnesses, people that are listed in the state's discovery, to talk to us. We have our duties that are required with mitigation because there's no break. I don't get to go to trial on the innocence phase, and then if something goes wrong and Brian's not acquitted, I don't get time to go prepare that mitigation. I have to take another breath and start right there. So I have to have time to do all of that. Our mitigation expert is working as quickly as she can. She is meeting a lot of resistance to collect records and to conduct interviews. We're working through that as best we can. She has travel obligations to try to interview people. These things take time. I want all the discovery by the end of August. I love the discovery deadline by September 6th. That does not allow me enough time to get ready for trial by March 3rd. That deadline, that cutoff for us to get mitigation materials, that's impossible. That's just impossible. We've got the year pretty well scheduled out with what travel still needs to happen and what records still need to be obtained. So to have that to the state, I think they said by September, October, that's just impossible. I would request that this court take up our venue motion in May, make a decision on venue, and let's see where we can get with the discovery. I still need to read every bit of discovery that's come, and I haven't. I scan it when I get it, but to go page by page and read it and understand what it means, I'm not through 2023. I have a long ways to go. So I don't think that is realistic to set it. I think if you set it for March, I'm going to be back here after the discovery deadline, and I'm going to be telling you there's no way that we're going to be ready for trial. I would rather this court set the change of venue, make that determination. Let's see where we get with the discovery by May. Probably the court would have a decision by the end of May, early June. Let's see where we are with discovery by then and set a realistic day. I hope we can go by summer of 2025.
Well, thank you, Ms. Taylor. I can help in any way to speed things with, if there's problems with discovery, I'm happy to do that on very short notice, just so that we can keep going. But you say, it'd be fantastic if you got all the discovery by August. Your mitigation person has been working already, right? And just to know that I'm not being insensitive about this, I did read the ABA supplementary guidelines for mitigation function of defense teams in death penalty cases, and it's huge. Okay, I get it. There are so many things that if you don't do, then it comes back as, well, you were ineffective. And those standards are high standards for sure. And obviously it takes a lot of time. So, but I'm also thinking, if you get all the discovery, if you can, assuming that, which may be inaccurate, for the end of August, you're saying that you wouldn't be able to respond to all of that, assuming that it's even earlier, that you could not be ready for the beginning of March 2025.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying I love that discovery deadline. Let's shoot for that. And I think that would help me make a June 2025 trial. I think once we have that discovery, and I agree, we can file the challenges to the death penalty earlier, but the challenges to some of the things that are going to be contained in discovery, those we need to see it all and see how it interplays. I can do some things early, but I may be coming back and asking the court to reconsider if it doesn't go our way and we found something that we didn't have. I think a discovery cutoff is great, and I think the court has to manage that discovery. If we finally are up to the eve of trial and there ends up being a whole new dump of discovery, then the court has to look at that discovery and understand, is it exculpatory? Is it something that we didn't have a chance to prepare for? It should be excluded. If it relates to anything to do with the death penalty portion of the case, then the court's going to be asked to strike the death penalty. I mean, the discovery deadline is critical in this case. So I love that. I love that. What that means, if I have all the discovery by the end of August this year, it means that there is a stopping point where I can know I have it all. So I can confidently get the motions filed. I can confidently tell my experts, this is it. This is the scope of what you have to do. And I can have some space to read it all and understand it and get ready for witnesses too. If the court makes that deadline, know that mitigation is not going to be done by then. But if the court makes that discovery deadline, and then we follow that with our motion practice, and then our deadlines for expert disclosures and whatever's going to come from that, and our mitigation, we should be in good shape by June of 2025 to try the case. If we have that discovery come up, I think that's a great idea.
Ms. Taylor, Mr. Thompson.
Trying to figure out where to start first. Yes, discovery is fast. Yes, there have been things that Mr. Koberger has asked for that we've inquired, and we were initially told, no, you don't have that. And then we have gone back at the prompting of defense saying, you sure? I mean, it ought to be there. And for example, x-rays for the autopsy. Well, we just got those. The first came in with thumbnails. In today's discovery, Ms. Taylor's going to have the full size, which we were able to obtain when we saw you gave us thumbnails. These are useless. Give us the real thing. And through the coroner's office, we were able to finally achieve that. According to Ms. Jennings, we are better than 95% complete on discovery. So we're getting close. There are some things that are outstanding. There are some issues with what information is actually available to us. We have given Mr. Koberger everything that we have that we haven't asked for a protective order on or had some sort of dispute about. And we've given it to them, and frankly, in the order it's come in, instead of waiting to try to package it together and give it to them in a different format just because they want it as quickly as possible. And I appreciate that. And we're going to continue doing that. It's going to benefit to have deadlines for everybody to have to work for here. I don't think just setting a deadline for state's discovery does anything other productive other than that initial stage. So if we're going to set discovery deadlines, we need a state's discovery deadline. We need a defense discovery deadline within a reasonable time after that and a reasonable time before trial, because we're going to then have to investigate whatever the defense tells us they might be using. And then, of course, an opportunity after we see what the defense is proposing or is disclosing to rebut that in some fashion and give notice of that. So that package of 3 days are important. Pre-trial motion on the death penalty, I think that's important. We need deadlines, so we just get it done and over with. And both teams can prioritize based on the timelines what needs to be done when. I don't know the first thing about what's going on with defense's mitigation. Apparently it's been going on for a while. It sounds like it's going to be massive. That's something that we just don't have any insight to. We think that our proposals are realistic. We appreciate the fact that something could happen where it turns out that they aren't realistic, that something happens and we have to revisit. And I think we need to be prepared to do that. I think the last thing that I want to touch on real quick is the proposal to set a state's discovery deadline and set hearings on the change of venue is inadequate. As we've indicated, change of venue under the law, that motion is premature. We need to be able to give the court the benefit of what impacts publicity, for example, is having on our actual jury pool. We know there's publicity. Everybody can agree. There's been massive publicity, not just in Latah County, but I see more about it in Boise or hear about it from other parts of the state than what we're seeing locally. So the massive publicity, that's a red herring, realistically. There's publicity everywhere about this. The issue is whether the publicity and the nature of this case is such that we cannot pick a fair and impartial jury in this county. And of course, we know that just being aware of publicity about a case does not disqualify a juror. There has to be a showing that that publicity or whatever has impacted the juror to the point where that juror cannot sit in this box as a fair and impartial juror and make a decision based only on the evidence presented in this courtroom. That's the issue that Your Honor is going to have to decide on the change of venue question. And you can't do that based on a bunch of affidavits from experts who say, Judge, there's been a lot of publicity. That doesn't cut it. So I think just having a state's discovery deadline and trying to prematurely move forward with motion for change of venue is not the right approach. We think that the proposals that we've made are reasonable, understanding Ms. Hayward has concerns about whether she's going to be able to meet those. And I think there are enough stages in there that if that becomes a reality, there's the opportunity for us to discuss that. Like everybody here, we only want to do this once. We do not want to invite error that we can avoid. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Yes, I think you said maybe you're like 98%.
But probably a little bit more than 95% is what Ms. Jennings just told me.
Okay. So if it's 95%, I mean, is it possible that it could be done before the end of August?
It's possible, and we aren't going to wait till the end of August to do anything. We will continue to disclose information as we receive it. I mean, that's not fair to the defense. That's not fair to anybody. Just sit on stuff and dump it. So we are hopeful that it'll be finished by then, but we don't want to have to face a deadline that we think there's a chance could be difficult to meet. And that's why we propose the early September date, which would be essentially 6 months from now.
September 6th, that's what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Taylor, you said that would be fantastic.
That would be fantastic, Your Honor. And Your Honor can give us a January 2025 deadline if the court wants to set a discovery deadline for us too. Expert disclosures, I think maybe would take a little bit longer, maybe February 2025. The court gives us a deadline for expert disclosures. I want to comment on the motion for venue change. Your Honor, because I filed a motion and the court doesn't have affidavits or the briefing to understand how we're going to approach this, doesn't make it untimely. I'm fully aware that the massive amount of media coverage by itself isn't all of it. But I'm also aware that this case has had more media coverage than most other cases, and it continues. So there is an impact of that. There are other considerations besides just the massive amount of media and an impact on potential jurors. That's what we're going to talk about. I think it's timely. I think it's appropriate to set a change of venue motion. I think it is what makes the most sense for the court to make that determination and set a trial date from there. If the court sets one here and has to change it later, a lot of things have gone into play to get that trial date set here, to get the courtroom reserved, and a lot of people realize waiting until the court has heard the information, more than affidavits saying there's mass amount of media coverage, the court can make that determination. If the court agrees to change venue at that time, then it makes a lot more sense to just set that trial from there. I would think by the end of, or by May, when we can have a hearing, I would think I would have a better handle maybe on the process the state's going through now with its discovery. I will continue to make the utmost effort to get all the way through every piece of what I have now and continue to follow up with questions to the state so that we can try to have this discovery issue put aside. Once we have the discovery completed, I think that we're going to have a lot better idea of what the motion practice is going to look like and how long that's going to take. And it'll be a more realistic way to disclose experts to one another with the materials that's required under Idaho Rule of Evidence 702. I think that's a better way to go, even though you might not set a trial date today, because at least you'll set one that's really informed that maybe everybody can rely on.
Thank you. Well, I want to make an informed decision about changing venue, and it makes sense to me. I mean, it may be premature, but I'd like to see what the defense has to say about that, what you're going to present. So, unless I'm just curious to hear this, I can always deny it. But if it's sufficiently strong and persuasive, then maybe it makes sense to do that. And obviously, just for personal reasons, I don't particularly want to go to another county for 12 weeks or 2 weeks. Necessary. I mean, we'll do what we need to do, but I'm not, as I sit here, I'm not persuaded that we necessarily have to change it. I think that's an automatic. And there are a lot of factors, and that's one of the reasons why I was looking at this patent case, which is that's court of appeals, but it goes through all of the other cases that have dealt with this issue. So I'm thinking, you said mid-April that you would be able to file all of your declarations, affidavits, whatever you're going to do. Let the state know that who is going to testify. If you're going to have witnesses to testify, there's going to be experts. We got a taste of that, sometime at the beginning of one of our hearings. So maybe I'll hear the same witness. I don't know, but so we'll say April 17th.
Yes, I can make
Okay.
it.
And maybe we say the state has enough time to have their response by May 1st. What do you think?
I think that's appropriate, Your Honor. Thank you.
Because there may be experts on the other side too. So, and I expect the information that you're going to present both sides and with a brief. So obviously. And I'm going to be in Boise the next week. We actually have other cases. Be surprised. How do you feel about afternoon of May 20th? That's a little bit far out, but we were already been talking about maybe having a trial starting in June. So.
Your Honor, can I have it before May 25th? A witness I anticipate is not going to be available starting May 25th. Starting May 25th, I think, for 2 weeks. So if I could have it ahead of May 25th, that way we can
have a jury trial that week, May 20th. This afternoon of May 14, give you enough time, Ms. Beatty.
That was May 14th, Your Honor.
May 14, that's Tuesday.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll say, how about 1:30?
Sounds greater.
Okay, 1:30, May 14. I am going to make a determination about that presentation on change of venue before I set the trial. It could still be March 3rd, or maybe beginning of yeah, that's 2024. I know. I'm just still thinking of 2024. But it's hard. It is hard for me to think it is so far out. But I'm listening carefully to both sides, and it's a complicated case, and it's a death penalty case, and that adds a lot of it really does. So I'm gonna hold. I would like you to send me your scheduling list, and I will think about that. We're going to have a deadline of September 6th for discovery from the state. And Ms. Taylor, did you say beginning of January?
Yes.
Okay, January. Give me a date.
9th.
9th. Okay, good. Good job. All right. And that'll be 2025. Ms. Beatty.
Could we address one more deadline briefly?
Yes, of course. You all give me deadlines. I'll write them down.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's been an ongoing discussion beginning most recently with the state's request for scheduling order, and I believe Ms. Taylor briefly addressed it at the last hearing. There's been an ongoing discussion about the alibi deadline, and the state is asking the court to either limit the defendant to presenting evidence about the disclosure that he made related to the alibi, which was that he was driving around the night of the homicides, but not allowing any further discussion or evidence of an alibi, given the amount of time that has passed since the state requested that alibi disclosure. Alternatively, since it was in the court's scheduling order initially prior to the trial getting vacated, we would ask the court to set a 10-day deadline now, because that is consistent with the alibi statute. The state does not believe it is appropriate to tie the alibi to the jury trial date in this case. The statute that sets forth that 10-day timeline is completely separate from Rule 16 and other discovery deadlines through the litigation process. I think at this point, there has been so much time that has passed, and it has frankly causes the state great alarm that the defense is discussing calling upwards of 400 witnesses during the innocence phase when we don't have, potentially don't have a full alibi disclosure. And when you look at cases regarding appeals from issues that arise during alibis that come up at trial, these cases are all defendants appealing a conviction because the state doesn't get a second chance. If the state gets ambushed at trial, that's it for us. We're asking the court to hold the defendant to a fair alibi deadline, and I think that the time has come. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, well, my understanding was that was it, but I may be wrong. Ms. Taylor.
No, when the court vacated the trial setting, the court vacated all of the deadlines, including the alibi deadline. That wasn't carved out as one that was still held through when the court vacated the rest of its scheduling order. So I don't think that we're foreclosed from that. The court also has the ability to give an extension besides the limited time by statute. In this case, it's more than Brian was just driving around. We have let the state and the court know that we expect that that will be supported by expert testimony and by cross-examination of the state's experts. I need their full cast report and the rest of the discovery related to that before I can say more about that. So to tie me to a deadline when I don't have the rest of the discovery that I've been waiting for that would relate to that will mean that I will be back asking the court to reopen it. My expert can't finish until I get the rest of the discovery as well.
And the discovery you're talking about is a video of the car?
No, I am.
What do you?
So the video that we talk about is one that I think the state's going to use in its case that I don't have full video on, that I'm not talking about any video of Brian's car. When I'm talking about an alibi defense, unless there's video that shows it elsewhere that I haven't gotten to yet, which may be possible given the fact that there's a lot I haven't seen yet. What I'm talking about though is the cast report, the drive testing information.
Cast report meaning the identification of the particular car.
That is the cell tower information. So what that is going to show and what the drive testing data is going to show and what other reports related to that are going to be things that my expert needs to finish our investigation and things that I need to formulate my cross-examination against the state's expert. So when I'm telling you that I'm going to do those things in alibi, I can't tell you more than that right now, but that's how we're going to support Brian's alibi, that he was out driving that night.
Okay, so you're saying that you have not received the cell tower reports?
I have some data, some cell tower data, some phone record data. I have a draft of a cast report. The most recent information I have cast is the FBI doing their work. The most recent information I have is that on March 31st, they expect for that report to be done through the peer review process. So I may get it a month from now. I need to get it to my expert to digest. There's materials that support their report that I don't have full disclosure of. And the state's aware of it. I think they're working on it. And maybe they're on that drive that I'll pick up today, but I haven't had them yet.
So you expect to get that in mid-March?
I expect to get their report after March 31st, after it's done. The supporting data, I'm not sure when it's coming. They tell me it's coming.
Okay, I'm gonna kick it back to the state.
Your Honor, I guess I'm a little confused because if
Well, I obviously am too. So,
okay, I'm confused because if the defendant's alibi is that he was out driving around that night, I'm not sure what additional information his cell data could add to an actual alibi defense. It seems like what the defense is asking for, and they're being completely upfront about it, and I appreciate that. But what they're asking to do is essentially double check all the discovery before disclosing their alibi, and that's not what the purpose of an alibi deadline is. In fact, it's quite the opposite. There is case law that describes that given the ease with which an individual could fabricate an alibi, and certainly that's not what the state is accusing the defendant of doing. I'm using language that is in case law, though. Given the ease with which an individual can fabricate an alibi, that is a very legitimate deadline. It's a reasonable deadline. It's a reasonable demand of the litigation process. There is a reason why there is a 10-day deadline in the statute, and that is because the defendant is able to tell his counsel where he was that night. They can work together and formulate a defense, and they can disclose an alibi. That is the whole purpose of an alibi deadline. The state has complied with the discovery up to this point. We will continue to comply with discovery. We are disclosing everything that we have to the defense when we get it, unless there's some protective order issue. We are asking that the court hold the defense to a fair standard that has been set forth in this statute and that is constitutional under the United States Constitution and the Idaho's Constitution, that has been repeatedly upheld by the United States Supreme Court and the Idaho Supreme Court. Thank you.
Okay, I maybe dropped the ball, that went through the cracks, that I didn't. I guess what I interpreted that as that was it for what we were going to hear about where he was and how he was established, the evidence that he was in a particular place. So once again, trying to be compromising, I'm going to give you until April 17th. You can submit the other information that you need to find for then. And that should be plenty of time because you're going to get some additional information from FBI apparently by March. And we can talk more about that later at the hearing on the motion for change of order. So that gives you some cushion. I'm not going to set it for 10 more days, but I am setting that. And the reason for that is so we don't have an ambush at the trial. I mean, that's why that is established with the law. Okay. Well, I think we've gotten somewhere. And is there anything else we need to address today, Mr. Thompson?
I don't believe so, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Taylor?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you all. We are adjourned.
Wow. Wow. That was crazy. This is I gotta share a picture. I gotta share a picture with you guys because this is the reaction that I'm having right now. I'm just sitting in a corner smoking on my cigar, babe. I'm like, what the fuck did we just watch? Are you serious?
Well, the judge thinks we've gotten somewhere. He said so. Don't know where.
It's like, what the hell? What the hell? There's what? You think a jury is gonna listen? It's a grand jury. The grand jury only needs probable cause. That's all they need. That's all they need. But when it comes to a DP and there's intelligent people out there, I'm sorry, they're not going to buy this bullshit. You don't have the cast data. What you listen, the I've the I've the experts are just going to tear this apart. They're going to tear it apart. They're
Yeah.
going to tear it apart. You have no cast data. She's asking for video footage, cast data, IgG information. You're walking in there to charge somebody with a DP, and you probably just have a probable cause. What the fuck?
Yeah,
Whoa. Oh, and I don't think the judge. I don't think he can handle it. I think it's too much.
No, and if you look at the amount of things that she's saying, she just doesn't have. I mean, did she say that she only has the cast of November 29th? Just that.
20. I think 28th or 29th, something like that. Give me a few minutes. I'm gonna open up the phone lines here in a few. And if you want to call, just type in chat. And the phone number is 330-510-1110 if you do want to. And I'll when you see the screen pop up the number pop up on the screen, we'll go ahead and open it up there for a minute. I just want to chit chat with Rosie for a second here. I mean, I couldn't believe it. You know, he was already. I think this judge is scared as fuck. And when you look at how he was pressuring Ann Taylor. Right? We were just watching the previous court hearing, and right before we started watching the current one, he was just having a conversation with Ann Taylor saying, look, you can go higher if you want to, but they're going to look at the current judge's opinions. Well, I would hope that they do. And you definitely don't want to do this, you know. Don't make me get in the back seat, son. You know, from the 80s, don't make me get the back seat. 80s kids remember that. Don't make me get in the back seat, right? That's what he was saying. And look, this is why he was. Listen, don't go there because, oh shit, I don't want to be the judge that has another judge take over because I can't handle the magnitude of this case.
But I mean, the state does appeal to that a little bit. The way they kind of speak about, you know, not wanting to take power away from him, and I do feel like they kind of, in a way, they do kind of go for that weak spot of his. Like they kind of go for his ego, and he does not seem pleased. And I mean, I think there was quite a really noticeable shift in Ann Taylor today, and it was nice to see that as well.
She came out like this.
Yeah, and
the
judge felt that too. I mean, he started off fine, and then he was like looking through papers and getting all shifty, and like just a change in her, and he's like I thought that was good.
Ooh. Yeah, like look at those fuzzy little. Oh my gosh, look, they glitter, and he's just going like this. It's like, dude. And then earlier he was like, you know, he was damn near doing this shit like, you know, getting some sun, you know, I'm out here in my box, you know, like, come on, man.
Yeah.
What the hell?
I felt like he has September plans that he has to cancel, and he's really upset. He's like paging through there, like,
yeah,
I need to return those tickets.
Like, if you guys, I'm gonna have to show you. I got like 6 different piles of notes, right? And whenever I'm doing my show, guess what? I have the pile of notes that I'm working on right in front of me. I don't have to sit there. Yeah. Hey, you know what, everybody? I'm sorry. We're covering BK, but I got other cases here. Hold on. Let me look for the stuff we're supposed to be talking about here. So,
right.
You know, you got to understand, I cover other cases. You know,
just,
like what?
You know, this is one of the biggest
like
ever,
what?
but yeah.
Like what? Oh hell no!
Well,
oh hell no! I couldn't believe it. This is exactly, Crystal. You know, as much as you try and make jokes about the mockery of what's taken place in front of us when it comes to not only the judge, And then you got the prosecution team going, Ann Taylor just said a whole bunch of really good shit, and I don't know how I'm gonna respond. Bill Thompson, that was the first time you ever saw a BT brain fart. I never seen one before. Holy shit, BT brain farts. There you go. We need to make a T-shirt out of that. Give it a BT brain fart on the front.
Yeah, I think they kind of jumped to the alibi thing just to be like, look, it's not just us, just. But of course, she had an answer for that. I think that she did really, really well today.
Oh yeah, she was like this. She was ready. She was focused. She came in prepared. Every time she spoke, she swung. Every single time she spoke, she swung. She was killing it. And this is the thing. It's not even anything that is out of the ordinary or ridiculous. She's not asking you, she's not asking the prosecution or the judge to give her 150. She's given 150. She's like the show. We give 150. We don't expect 150. But damn, you gotta at least give us 100.
She's just asking for the basics. I mean,
you gotta at least give us 100.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's horrible. It's horrible seeing what's taking place. It's obvious that he just doesn't seem prepared whatsoever when it comes to what's taking place. I don't know. That's just my opinion. I ain't no expert. I don't work in law. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a reporter or a bailiff or any of that shit, or a water cooler either. But that's just how it looks to me. Your average Joe Schmo, Joe Dirt, whatever. Dissemination.
Yeah, Bill Thompson did seem different. He was a little quiet today as well.
Yeah, he didn't know what to say because she came out. It was like they were like Thompson thought they were prepared like for batting practice, and Ann Taylor was ready to play Game 7 of the World Series. She's like coming up, suited up, socks in the right spot, nice and level. Everything's she was all prepared. And came out swinging and was just swinging like it was batting practice because they were pitching. The prosecution
and said
was
nothing
pitching.
wrong, nothing not true. I mean,
nope. Didn't say anything that was out of that you shouldn't have. And listen, this is the stuff, and is like before I've been saying this court hearing, and as I've been saying it. Is that material that's never gonna exist. It's them waiting on that fifth card going, oh, we got 4 spades. We got 4 spades, and then they get that last card, which is gonna be trial time, and it's gonna be a damn diamond because they're waiting on that evidence, right? Everything, quote, lines up. But then when you're going, wait a minute, we don't even have the cast data. So you're telling us that you've been giving us everything for almost 8 months? You've been telling us you've been giving us everything? You've been telling us you've been giving us everything since we got it when you arrested him, when you gave us the first discovery,
Their excuse is that, they haven't had time to digest it, apparently. So it's a digestion thing.
When Ann Taylor says, prosecution, we're looking at these pages here, and we're missing page such and such that connects BK. We see everything else before, but the page that's supposed to be the connection, we're missing that page. And Bill, well, we must not have received it then. We handed over everything. Let me check. Yeah. To me, what it explained to me from the very beginning of this court hearing, and I could be wrong, but this is just my opinion. When Ann Taylor said, and I'm sure, very, very beginning of the court hearing, when Ann Taylor said, I'm sure Bill Thompson has had a lot of the issues that we are having trying to obtain this information, and that tells me right there, and this is what I've been saying, and this is why they've been using the other agency to say, hey, there's been other cases that we just got the tip. We didn't get the homework because we weren't allowed to have the homework. We were allowed to have the tip, which is exactly what I think is taking place, because when she says that, when she's having the issues that she's having, getting the CAS data, getting the IgG, right? She's having problems. She's saying, I'm sure they're having the same problems. That means when Bill Thompson's up there telling you for all these months, we simply can't provide nothing that doesn't exist, that means that they don't even have access to that information, and then he's just playing stupid. He knows damn well that they were missing that page, but what's he gonna do? Say, yeah, we're missing that page. Sorry. No.
Why is he not concerned? I mean, for his investigation, he also needs that page.
Yeah, but this is the thing. He's not going to admit that to Ann Taylor, because then Ann Taylor's going to know Bill Thompson ain't got shit.
Yeah.
Bill Thompson's charging a DP off a probable cause. Because it seems to me like that's all he has too, right? After this court hearing.
Starting to show.
I mean, just tell me if I'm wrong, but that's just my opinion. I'm just thinking, hey, if he admitted that with page 28 or whatever page it was, guess what? That means they're charging a DP with a PCA. And she'll know.
And how scary is that? I mean,
it's horrible.
Yeah.
It's horrible. Because they did. Think about it, everybody. Look at the energy and the effort they did to jump on that Oregon tip just weeks before BK, right? Think about it. They set up a whole team. They were all excited. They thought that they caught the person. They just didn't get there yet. And guess what? When they made it to Oregon and they found out that fucking thing went flat, oh shit, now what are we going to do? Now it's the beginning of December. Now it's the middle of December. The pressure's on because we only have just a couple weeks. Just a couple weeks until the enrollment starts again, until the new semester starts. And guess what? You heard those students have interviews after the new semester started, 2-3 weeks after the new semester started. What were those kids saying? They were saying, yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I'd be surprised if less than 50% came back. Less than 50%. And that's when Koberger was arrested a week before the new semester started.
Because it's getting urgent.
Right. And that's when it was supposed to be comfortable. But guess what? Imagine what the percentage would have been 2 or 3 weeks later if they didn't have anybody arrested. 10%, 15%. The ones that couldn't afford to either financially be able to do it at another location or have the opportunity to do it at another location because they were obligated for reasons that were located in that region that they couldn't get out of. And therefore that student had to choose whether it was my schooling or my safety, and those students had to choose schooling over their safety. What a horrible decision to even be in, to have to choose between school, your future, and your future of being alive. Horrible.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's, I mean, for some of them, it's their only opportunity. They will do that. But they will be terrified while they do.
Yep, and they knew. They knew Moscow was going to fall apart. And now look, it's like I've been saying since last summer. If BK ends up getting off, I said it since last summer, if BK ends up getting off, they ain't going to give a shit. They ain't even going to pursue any leads. They ain't going to care because they're going to say, look at what they're telling the families. This is what they're telling the families ever since December, people, when BK was arrested. They've told the families, we have so much. We have so much. Really? If you have 95% of what you're claiming to have, which is so much, why in the hell is Ann Taylor still asking for CAS data, video surveillance, and IgG evidence? Because they don't see the connection.
Yeah, it's like they have all of these different points, but they're just not tied together properly. And those links are what they're trying to, withhold.
Mm-hmm.
You have to see how it fits. I think that's what she's really getting at. And yeah, I mean, they keep saying, they just acting like they don't know what the problem is. So I don't know.
Yeah. We did. Oh, you're missing that page? Oh, sorry. we didn't realize that. Oh, hold on 1 second. We got somebody else. What's up, Golf? How you doing?
Hey,
this
good
afternoon.
afternoon. How are you guys?
Whew, I'm shocked. What a bombshell hearing. The
Hey,
craziest one yet. And we saw Judge doing some. Do you see those fuzzy lights? Like, what do you think? What do you think, Golf?
So, my number one observation was, of course, he's going to throw the IgG material out. He already hinted at that. So that's sort of where he's going with that portion because, the way he talks. I was very surprised about his rule. Well, he hasn't ruled yet, but the way he talks about the actual change of venue is a little bit sus to me in the sense that he even talked about like he got a notification to be a jury member. Remember? He complained about it, right?
Yeah.
And that tells us, of course, the jury pool is super small. And from what I understood from before is that Ann Taylor asked for a jury to be brought in from somewhere else is the way I understood it. But now they're talking about change of venue. So I don't know where she lies on that, because I was under the under that she was going to just bring in a jury, which would make more sense, and he has less to complain about. So that's where I'm on those things.
I don't know. Being there physically, I don't know. Even if it's summertime, I mean, even if there's nobody walking around, there's going to be kids out there, and there's just no room. If they didn't tear down the house, you better have that trial in Moscow for that jury, so they can walk around. To me, in my opinion, you already took the only reason it needed to be in Moscow when you tore down that house, because other than that, I don't see how just with how compact everything is and the lack of lodging that's available.
That, and also so here's what he's going to take into consideration is, of course, he's going to have to balance the books, right? So if you think about bringing in how many jury members, what is it, 12, or how many is it in a DP case? I'm not even sure.
Well, I mean, shoot, I would think they would have to have, because you're going to have backups too. Yeah.
So all the reserves. So I'm guessing like
24.
Yeah. So you think about that. You bring in 24 people and you have to house them. You have to secure them. They have to be, totally isolated for what, 12 weeks or 3 months, or I don't even know how long this probably is going to take. Right.
Yeah.
So think about the cost of that. And then they take up all those rooms. Right. So it actually makes absolutely no sense to have it in Moscow. But I mean, that's going to be his, because even if you have a jury that's from Moscow, how are you going to sequester them for all that time using their little hotel rooms that they have available?
Right.
So I don't know. That's logistics, I guess. So I'm sure she's going to bring that up as a point. And to your point that you've been there, there's no room. So that's one of the issues, is like you're going to have to sequester those people because it's a death penalty case. If it's going to be a death penalty case by the end of it, we don't know. Yeah,
true.
I mean, just the lodging alone, because listen, the lodging is going to be meant for that, isolation. It would have to be, right? Because it's all local. Other than that, you're telling me everybody else is going to have to travel 3 to 4 hours that just one way
Yeah,
in order to it's just
it's crazy. And
it's
that's
gonna have
outside of all the other crazy stuff we just heard today, but these are just like basic issues. So it's insane what's happening, really. Like, people that have never heard of this case before watching this, they're like, what is going on here? This makes no sense. You just feel that something is up. Something's up.
Yeah, something's definitely. I don't know. I was just shocked. We're going to be breaking this down. We're going to be chatting. We'll be going live for another hour or so, and then we're going to be doing game night tonight. We're going to be going into this tomorrow night. We're going to break it down. We're going to replay it, go through each response, discuss it in depth. So, if you guys want to replay the court hearing and take your notes, come back tomorrow night. We'll be discussing it, breaking it down, because this is this court hearing was the one that was shocking. It was the most shocking. It was the most unrealistic court hearing. Again, oh, look at those fuzzy things, like I'm just like, what? Bill Thompson had a brain fart live in front of us all. That was like, whoa. I mean, there's so many things that happened in this court case, not only the arguments that were taking place back and forth, and what's still, again, needed. So we're definitely going to be breaking this down.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to have
crazy
to
tomorrow night.
rewatch it for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so take notes and definitely come back tomorrow night if you guys aren't busy. And we're gonna break that down crazy. Yeah, I just and then something else that stuck out to me was when Bill Thompson says that, like Ann Taylor said, they were cool, with us not naming these people before, and now all of a sudden they want to deny it. They want to deny it because they don't want the defense to spread dissemination. Like what, bro? Like they're trying to just dissemination.
Yeah. Well, so what it seemed to me like they were talking about a letter, right, where they had broke down the actual how they got to Brian, right? There was something talk about that, if I understood it correctly. And when the judge said, well, they're not going to rely on the IGG anyway because there's so much information in that letter, blah blah blah. So I think there's something in that IGG that they're trying to obviously hide, because it was done wrong, right? We all know that. We sort of almost, they sort of proved it to us almost by, you were talking about Vargas earlier.
Right.
That was the reason they brought her in, obviously, to point that fact out, that we know what you guys did. We just want you to know that we know what you did. So that was sort of a cool move on her part. But yes, I think that all leads back to that, and they just don't want to look bad, ultimately.
No.
In that.
No, they've been bluffing. They've been bluffing. I don't know how Bill Thompson says 95%. I don't know how Bill Thompson even says, yeah, we'll be ready by summer 2025. Or this summer. I mean, summer of 2024 in the last hearing, and in this one starts it off saying that, and then sits there and says, we can probably get the rest of the information like August, September. Like what the fuck? How long is summer? Idaho is way the fuck up there. You know what I'm saying? Idaho is way the fuck up there. Like autumn starts in freaking September, dude. Like maybe winter doesn't start until December 21st, but it starts before December 21st.
Yeah, you're right.
Come on, dude.
Yeah. No, that was a little bit laughable, but I mean, even the judge pointed it out to him. I think I just don't understand the judge. Like, he gives leeways to the prosecution a lot, is what I feel, when he's doing these when he's saying his little remarks. He's giving a lot of leeways to the prosecution, in my opinion. That's just my opinion.
No, In my opinion, I'm instead of Judge John Judge, I'm just gonna start calling him No Decision Judge because that's all he fucking does. Oh, you want to push it? Oh, you guys want to go until like 2 months, 3 months? Oh, okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Sorry, hold on a second. I do cover a lot of other cases. You understand?
Yeah.
Hold on, I do
None
cover
this
other
important
cases.
though.
Yeah,
This boy is fighting for his
Yeah,
life,
yes.
right? I mean, how many
Right.
death penalty cases is he doing right now? And he shouldn't be doing more than one at a time. I don't think so, at least.
Let's see. Let's check this one. Maybe it's over here. I do cover other cases here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Give me a break, Judge.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a break.
Yeah.
Oh man. So yeah, just man, I only expected this court hearing to be like usual half hour, 40 minutes, 25, 30 minutes, something like that. I was surprised this one was like what? An hour and a half?
Mm-hmm.
An extended version too.
Mm-hmm. And the reason I'm going to go back and listen because there's always hints dropped, right?
Oh, yeah.
And that's what I like about these hearings is like all these little Easter eggs we get in it. So we know about a letter that exists that has the timeline more extensively. And of course, now we know more about the cast, what they're missing, right? So
everything, yeah.
And it's interesting because judging from the PCA, they had the cast lined out, right? That's what we were led to believe back in when they dropped the PCA. It looked like the cast was done. Yeah, here we are, like an hour and a year and a half later, or however long, and it's still not done. So
yeah,
it's that interesting.
Yeah, it's like I'm gonna show it again. It's like we're sitting here a year and a half later.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just sitting in the corner smoking my cigar, babe. Like I'm sitting here waiting, like, okay, what the hell's going on here?
But
I'm supposed to
they
have this shit in December.
They arrested the dude based on all these things, didn't they? They arrested the dude based on the cast material, right? They arrested the dude based
video,
on video that's not been
cast.
completed, and IGG. So, and then what? You don't have the cast report yet, and the video is not put together. Sound
95%.
Yeah, and then the IGG is going to be thrown out. So, what are we left with?
95%.
Yeah, 95%.
5 octillion.
And I understand that this is like an ongoing investigation, but it seems to me that it was a hasty arrest before they had the materials lined up, right?
Oregon tip. Yep.
And yeah, I smell a rat. I smell an informant. That's all I'm going to say. And I know people don't agree with me, but I do smell an informant in this.
It's not Enon because Ann Taylor just said in that court hearing she's not allowing him to talk because he's been talking too much on social media.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And some of these witnesses, but you know damn well these witnesses ain't trying to either talk to say something that'll set him free or to say something. They don't want to be a Cato Kalin.
No, I mean that whoever is the informant is not like one of those that ever we heard about, I'm sure, because that would be dumb of that person to come out like Enon, you know.
Is the informant the one that left the sheet there that would implicate BK if it was planted?
I don't know. I don't know. One against the other. They might have them pinned against each other. I don't know.
I wonder if the informant part that is being or that was sealed is the same person that had such an interest in finding somebody else, even though they took a week off of work after the thing happened because they were so shocked.
I don't know. I don't know. But
just saying.
Yeah.
Just saying. Just like Harsh says, I'm just spitballing.
Yes.
Shout out Harsh.
Our own opinion, right? Yeah.
It says right there, it says speculation at the bottom on the ticker. You can see it every minute and a half as it goes by. It's always there for you.
Well, we always add that though. If we say something that's speculation or our own opinion, we say it. And how you separate facts from that.
There it is right there. right after that little sign there to block roadblock.
Mm.
All views and opinions should be considered.
What do you think, Rosee? What do you?
Yeah.
What's your opinion?
Wow.
On
this whole hearing?
Everything. Shout out Nicola Moody, contribution call out. Thank you for your gifted membership. Appreciate you. Yeah, what's
I haven't actually thought about the informant thing.
95%.
I don't know. I mean, I suppose it is starting to look that way because everything just seems kind of partially there, but also a little bit baseless in a way. So I think that is something like to really look into. It's a good point.
Well, yeah,
I just
because
feel
how did they get to him, right? Portion.
Shout out
that
Matt.
is everyone's question right now. So,
Yeah.
How did
Yeah.
like Ann Taylor said, like that? Listen, they've been asking for everything, right? And she's had her team working on this for this whole time. And when she came out in the last hearing, and especially the last hearing, because I think we might play some of the previous in tomorrow night's breakdown too, because there's a lot of key things she said in that hearing too. And when she's saying her whole team can't even find the connection pages and information and all this stuff, and she's been asking for the same evidence, the same the IGG, the video, the cast, the whole time. Prosecution's been saying the whole time, how can we supply anything that we don't have? You know, and he's sitting there today saying, admitting to 95%. 95%. And out of 95% of all of that 51 terabytes, how in the hell are you? How is this even taking place? I'm shocked that we're even seeing this, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe we're seeing it.
Mm-hmm.
Right in front of us.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what's going to be censored in the trial.
Because every time they have a hearing, a little bit more kind of leaks out. So we kind of get a little bit more insight, and that's not even a lot. But I'm interested in this letter now.
Yeah. the TUI letter.
And so they're also talking a lot about alibi. How do you interpret that portion?
I mean, I look at it like this, like, okay, yeah, when it comes to his alibi, it's better than you're just sleeping. Because really, if you're just sleeping, I mean, okay, at least with your alibi, at least if there is cell phone data, right? Because you got to think about it. They're going to be experts are going to be arguing that know what they're talking about are going to be arguing this very stuff in court. And so even if you have somebody that doesn't know about CAS data and you hear these experts when they're talking about, well, when it comes to my client, Mr. So-and-so, can you say that my client couldn't be 30 blocks away from 1122 based off of this evidence that these experts have just broke down for you? No, I can't. There's your reasonable doubt. And when you're talking about a DP, the people ain't that stupid. Maybe not experienced, not stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And when there's no CAS data, he could be like, look, I was around this neighborhood at this time and I saw that this car was pulled over and it was around this time and it was over in this neighborhood, and that's how I can tell you that I wasn't there, and here's the police report of the vehicle. You know, like he could literally, and then where's to show, and what if it was 28 blocks away, right? Where's that expert gonna say, well, I mean, he could you say that he wasn't witnessing that car stop 28 blocks away? Well, no, I can't.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to be experienced to go, no, this is a DP and this is somebody's life. If you don't have the video saying, look, this is the, yeah, you see white cars. You can see that's one of the points of my footage when I went there, was that there was so many white cars alone, cars, trucks, SUVs, whatever the hell you want to choose. There was white vehicles all over the place. You can sit there and take a ring camera of a teeny little freaking object and say, that's the white Hyundai. Because there's so many white vehicles around there.
Yeah, it's true. But Ann, was it Ann that mentioned they have a video of Brian's car? She mentions that at one point. So I heard her say that. But then they're waiting. So Ann's team is waiting on other videos, I'm guessing from surrounding as well, to where he actually was, is how I understood what you said. So I don't know what they have basically on that, because she does mention they have his car on video. Not clearly, like she did say there was an issue with it. So I'm not sure. I'm sure they have his video, or a video of his car at one point, wondering if that's in Pullman, which I suspect it is, when he was still in Pullman. And I'm nothing in Moscow, perhaps, or maybe wrong car going the wrong way, something like that. So yeah.
No, when you there's and I'm trying to find it right now. If one of my mods has it, please drop it. It's a picture of the street cameras, all the street cameras that I pointed out. There's an actual website, and I'm trying to find it. There's an actual website where you can see it live right now, the street cameras. And I guarantee you that it's going to be one of those street cameras that's going to show what you're talking about. Give me 1 second.
That's what I'm suspecting, because the Pullman ones are pretty good. Like they're, as you said, you can get
even
on
Moscow.
Oh, okay. The ones in Moscow I've never seen.
Oh yeah.
So,
give me 1 second, because there's both. I have so many of these. I cover so many other cases, you understand. Where the hell is it? But where in the heck?
I believe there is like in the PCA also which corner they caught him on, and that's in Pullman. I'm sure you've been there to that. It's in the university area or something.
Yeah.
From what I remember.
Are you talking Nevada in
Yes.
Stadium?
Yes.
Yeah.
So they probably had him there when he left.
Well, they had him there going in. This is okay. So, and that's important. And I'm glad you're bringing it up when it comes to the route that I took, because when he was going to 1122, when you see, I don't just drive down Stadium Way and keep going to 270. What I do is I turn right at Nevada, and then going to the parking lot, and then turn around and come back down, and then get back to the stoplight at Stadium, and then turn right, and then continue to 270. And the reason that I do that is because if you read the PCA, it states that the vehicle was caught on Nevada going northwest and then southeast. And the only way that you can get caught on Nevada going northwest and southeast is at the corner of Nevada, where you turn onto Nevada, and then you turn that corner to then go to the parking lot that I went to. And if you're doing that within a 1 minute time period, what you're doing is you're turning at Nevada, pulling into the parking lot that I pulled into, and then turning around and coming back around Nevada to then get back on Stadium Way. It's very tricky how they when it came to the wording. The wording of the probable cause.
And then you remember there was an accident there that night. So does that have anything to do with, like, when you went that route? Do you remember where that was?
It was right down just a little bit of ways, and that's probably why somebody would have turned around and came back around
Mhm.
and headed back down on Nevada.
Mhm.
Because that's the only thing you can do. That road is so narrow, and there are cars that park on it. And this is why I say it's so scrunched in Moscow, because most of the roads allow parking on the sides,
Mhm.
and without parking, there's no room for barely any room for two vehicles to drive in both directions. So when you allow parking on those streets, then how in the hell is somebody supposed to go both ways? That was one of the things, because the last thing I wanted to do is get into a fender bender and have Moscow PD show up. I don't want to see none of them, right?
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there every like 30 seconds saying to myself, okay, what am I going to do if a car's coming my direction, no matter where I'm at? Because there's no room.
Wow.
There's no room.
I can imagine. So yeah, I was just thinking about like, because she mentioned that in that alibi discussion they had, is that they do have him somewhere on camera. So that made sense. But then she's waiting on portion of her defense, where she's going to show, I'm guessing, video of him being here, which is hard because where he would have driven out in the middle of nowhere, I don't know if there's any cameras, but I think you said that there's
Right.
there because there isn't even any cell coverage in that area,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. As soon as you leave south, I mean, literally, is like you're talking like a minute. Like as soon as you leave the Moscow city limits, as soon as you leave the buildings, right? And
Yeah.
you start hitting the highway going south, within a minute, your phone's already going doop,
Mhm.
doop, doop, doop. And then really in most of the spots down there, if you want cell phone coverage, you got to get out of your vehicle because your car is affecting your cell phone coverage.
Mhm.
You got to get out of your car.
Yeah.
It totally drops off. Definitely south. Even when you go north, like because we went up to Coeur d'Alene for a trip for the members,
Mhm.
and I wanted to take them around there. And even up there, like driving up there, the connection, I think we dropped because I live streamed as we drove there, and I think we dropped like 2 times
Mhm.
during the live stream because the connection was just, and then some of it was choppy because of the connection and all that. And so yeah, like outside of those two, because those are the only 2 little towns that really exist outside of that area, and you're talking 2, 3, 4 hours until you're going into some other like actual town. So
Mhm.
yeah, outside there's just nothing.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be an interesting discussion about the going back to, the whole. When is she said? Was it in May? They're going to have the next hearing.
Yeah, that's what they're saying, May.
Yeah.
Yep, they're saying May. I think he said the middle of May. She said I think she said there was issues. You can send it to Evil CJ. Just let me know where, or Evil CJ at Gmail, CJ's Crime Concepts at Gmail, CJ Crime Concepts at Twitter, and I think that's all of them. Discord too, Evil CJ. I think Ann Taylor said something like there was one of her witnesses that was going to be busy for 2 weeks from May 25th, I
Mhm.
think. So I think it's going to be coming before that,
Mhm.
like the week before. But it's just going to be more delays.
What are they talking about?
About to set new dates, new dates for like discovery and
Oh, no.
'cause
I'm talking about the Kopaka thing. Somebody.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, he said something like they screen recorded and they said
Huh.
Kopaka or something. So yeah, go ahead and send it. I'm not sure. They went through it again. May 14th at 1:30. Thank you, Christine.
Okay.
Appreciate that. There we go.
Perfect. Okay.
May 14th at 1:30. We'll
So
be live that day.
they slipped his name or something?
I don't know. Is that Judge said Kopaka? What? No way. Oh, thank you, Rosie. I appreciate you hanging out. It's getting late for you. I know it is. It's been a long time. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank
Is
you
there
so much for
anything that
having
you
me.
want to mention or no?
Okay, thank you so much. And it was
Yeah.
really lovely to meet you as well, Cole.
Yes.
Thank you, Rosie.
You too. It was lovely to meet you. Where are you at, Rosee?
South Africa. So
South
it's
Africa. Oh,
1
goodness.
It's like what? 1 a.m. She's a
Yeah.
trooper. Yeah, she's a trooper. She's been hanging out with me since the very beginning
Oh,
of
wow.
the show. Yeah, thank you so much, Rosie. I appreciate you.
Thank
And thank you
you.
for all your hard work that you do out there in the true crime community. Definitely go sub to Rosie if you're not. She just dropped a very interesting video earlier today as well, and we went through it in the beginning of the show. Thank you for everything that you do, Rosie.
Thank you. And you both. And good night to chat as well.
Have a good night. I'll go sub to your channel for
Thank
sure.
you.
Yeah, good night, Rosie. Thank you so
Likewise.
much.
Bye.
Bye. I'm sorry. I called her Rosee. I don't know why. I'm sorry. Rosie. Sorry.
Hey, Rosie. Oh, it's all good.
And I'm just curious about this Kopaka thing, if he let that slip. That's very interesting. I did not catch up on it. I didn't hear it. So
Yeah, I didn't notice that either. But I do have a lot of other stuff going on for the show, so it's sometimes I'm not able to be like 100 on it.
yeah. And
That's why
I was working too in the middle of it. I was like, oh no.
Oh yeah.
I had to.
I'm surprised how long it went, honestly.
Yeah.
Really was. You emailed it to me? All right, let me check it out here. Hold on. Let's see. And there's the cameras, and when you go cycle through them, you could find it. There's the street cameras in Pullman and Moscow. There's Pullman ones too, and they are. Let me see here. Where it won't let me download it. Where at on the court hearing was it when they mentions it?
Yeah, timestamp.
Yeah, use Law and Crime. Use Law and Crime's episode of the court hearing. Use that one, and then give me the timestamp off the Law and Crime version, and then I'll play the Law and Crime version at the timestamp that you give me. Sorry, it won't let me download it, but I want to check that out for sure. So let me look up Law and Crime's version here, and let's see, Law and Crime. Let's watch their episode here. All right, so we got the Law and Crime version. There we go. So yeah, let me know what the timestamp is, and we'll head to it. That's interesting because I didn't pay attention. Why would he say? Why do you think he would say that? When did he what was he even talking about when you guys think he mentioned the name? Because they were talking about IGG. They were talking about a date for discovery. They were talking about trial date. They were talking about change of venue a little bit.
Yeah, and alibi, and maybe it had to do with that.
Interesting. Well, that would, I mean, if that's your alibi,
or
what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Or we can talk about informants too. I mean, who knows?
Susscake, right?
No, I mean, who
detective?
knows who's the informant, right? So,
right?
Yeah. Did he give you a timestamp or no?
Susscakes. I'm just waiting to see here.
Okay.
Definitely Susscakes, and I'm hungry because I only had a muffin during the intermission.
Oh.
But we'll be going just a little bit longer, maybe like a half hour or so. Then I'm gonna chill back, eat some supper, get ready for the game show tonight. If you guys want to hang out and check out the game show or be a contestant, 8:30 Eastern. We're gonna use the StreamYard giveaway to announce the contestants, and it'll be your choice what game you want to play. Just to hang out and have fun.
It sounds fun.
Oh, it is. Price is Right is the shit, man.
Yeah. You need
Yeah.
to balance out what happened today. I think.
The Price is Right. I'm telling you, it's a hit, man. It's
Yeah.
a hit. But we'll have other games. I'll mention all the games that you can choose from. Any contestant that wins, I'll mention each game you get to choose. We do the game. You get to be the contestant, and we'll see where you go.
Yeah.
Tomorrow we'll be breaking this down hardcore. We're going to be going through everything. Every time there's a response and a reaction, we're going to be going through it. So it's going to be a whole show. I might even bump it up earlier. I've thought it lately. I've thought about, and let me know if you guys would be interested in this, because my shows, when it comes to the time for me, I end them, usually like 10:30, 11 o'clock, sometimes 11:30, and then I do a lot of post prep after the show, which usually keeps me up till about like 2 or 3 in the morning. So would you guys be interested if I like came on earlier at night, and then when I'm on during the day, just doing like an hour and a half, 2-hour shows instead of doing 4 hours during the day, and then 5 hours at night, kind of shift the time, and then it because I thought about starting my show earlier tomorrow, and maybe trying out something like that, maybe just being on for a couple hours during the day instead.
Maybe you should do a community post and put up
Yeah.
options. I know I would be watching the daytime too. It's good.
Yeah, I mean, I love being on the daytime. It's just
And I like early evening shows as well.
yeah. There's people that view from everywhere though, so it's hard, like New Zealand and Scotland and in the UK and all the way over to Albania, South Africa, like just all these different places, even some Asian countries too. Like it's just like holy shit from everywhere.
Yeah.
There we go, right there, New Zealand.
Worldwide.
Yeah.
DJ is worldwide famous.
Shit, I wish. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there.
You grow your channel though. It's very positive.
It is. That's what it's. Hey, that's what we're here for, and why not try and spread it until I'm gone?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
There's not enough of it in this world.
Yeah.
So why not be the one that tries to help?
I think it was 18:20. So if you go to 18:20 on that, I think I saw that.
18:20. All right. Let me mute the music here. 24-hour podcast. I need to get a pet for that, so that way when I'm like busy, you all can like watch the puppy or something. Okay. Right? There's your there's your 24-hour stream. Oh, I need to get a puppy. That'd be sweet. But I travel. I can't. It's hard. All right, here we go. We're at 18:10.
I asked them in the hearing that did you use the IDG, any of the information of the IDG to get the warrant, to get Mr. Koberger's DNA. That was not part of it. So in terms of the time frame, don't know that it's that complicated.
I don't know where he said Kopaka. I'm at 1838.
Well, he said something about Co. So if you go back and listen to before he said
Koberger.
Yeah, no, he said something else. Hold on. Go back to before he says Koberger's name.
All right, hold on. 1810.
I asked them in the hearing that did you use the IDG, any of the information of the IDG to get the warrant,
to get to Warren?
No. Go back to 1810 where you were.
Okay. Say stop when I'm right after I'm supposed to hear Coburg.
I don't hear Kopaka, but I hear
Kopaka.
him go into like co, and then he sort of corrects himself and he says Coburger. He says
Okay.
something else. Yeah.
Yeah, I hear like a Coburger.
Yeah.
But I didn't hear Kopaka. Okay.
Me neither. Me neither.
Okay. Say yeah. Oh, so you didn't hear it either?
I heard
You didn't hear
co, and then he's corrected himself. So maybe
Yeah.
that's where the yeah. Let's hear it again.
I didn't hear Kopaka. Stop. Okay, shit. No whammies.
I
No
asked
whammies.
them in the hearing that did you use the IDG, any of the information of the IDG to get the warrant, to get Mr. Koberger's
Koa
Yeah.
Koberger.
Yeah.
Koa
He didn't
Koberger.
say Kopaka.
That's when he was chilling on Koa Koberger Island. He was like this on his beach chair. Koa Koberger. Koa Koberger.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
Just chilling. Yeah, okay. Is there a different timestamp? Let me know. Is there Ice Baby? Thank you so much, Dre. Earlier, I'm surprised you got your mod hoodie already, and thank you for all your hard work too. I'm surprised you got it already. What do you think about those wings on the back?
Sorry, are you talking to me?
Oh no,
okay.
one of the mods.
Oh, okay.
Or she was a mod, but
okay.
she'll always be in the mod family. Dre will. But no, I had sent out all the mods their CJ's Angels hoodies.
Oh, that's
so they should be. I'll be getting them pretty soon. Yeah, they got like glitter wings on the back.
Ooh.
Going all the way down, and it's got their names on it.
Yeah. Fancy.
Yeah, they're diamonds, so they have diamonds on them and everything.
Yeah. All right, CJ. Well, I'm gonna jump off and let you finish off your show here.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
Thank you for having me, and thank you everybody.
Thank you for hopping up.
It's been a good day. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for hopping up. I appreciate you. Hope you feel better too.
Thank you so much. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
Bye.
Appreciate you. Christina. Well, I mean, if you guys, I would have to know. I would have to know how many people would be interested. It wouldn't be a mod hoodie. You would just get the hoodie with the wings, and then you would have your name on it. You don't get the mod hoodie, but I would have to know how many people would be interested. Dre, if you want to, do me a favor. Take a picture of the back of the hoodie. Take a picture of the back of the hoodie. Show everybody what it looks like, and I'll show it on screen, and they can all see exactly what it looks like. Make sure you have some light shining on them wings, though, because those babies glisten in the sunlight. I'm telling you. When if you're walking down the street, and you see oh, hold on 1 second. Oh shit. Here we go, right here. CJ's Angels. There you go, right there. Let me zoom it in for you. There's the CJ's Angels hoodie that you get on the back. The wings glitter. The wings glitter. Let me see. Thank you, Caddy, for taking the pictures. Damn, I didn't realize you got yours already too. Here's another picture of it, straight back. And that's what'll be on the back. So you get the nice glitter wings, CJ's Angels. And we'll be having something for the fellas coming out soon. But I wanted to trust me, we'll be having something coming for the fellas soon. And it's gonna be playing off the whole Angels thing. So we'll be showing that soon. But yeah, let me know how many people would be interested in it, and let me see what the feeling is for it, and maybe we'll just start making a production of them. Yeah. Thank you so much for the picture. You can see it. It's silver. There's silver wings, silver letters. It's all silver. And see how it's got all these dots all over it? That's the sparkle. So it sparkles all over the place. So I'm telling you right now, if you're sitting there and you're out there walking around and you're wherever you're going, people are gonna be like, everybody's gonna look at you. Because it's gonna be glistening like crazy. It's gonna be glistening like crazy, and people are gonna be like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" And then if you look at the zoom back, I mean, look at how large the logo is. You know? So keep that in mind, okay? If you guys are interested, it is hard work. This is a production that is internal. It is a lot of work. And these are huge ass logos, okay? This isn't your little fucking thing that shows up like this Adidas symbol, okay? This is your whole back. All right? This is your whole back. It's your whole back. So, and if you want, you could have it in whatever color you want to. So if you're not down with the glitter or the silver, if you want pink, blue, yellow, green, whatever color you want, you're more than welcome to have that too. It doesn't have to be, and that's the thing with when it comes to these is, or anything that we would make, is it's all customizable. So it may have my slogan, it may have my logo, it may have something, but it's always going to be customizable. I appreciate everybody, and that's why everybody has a name on their stuff. Not only I appreciate you with the interest, but also I want you to be highlighted as well, just like when it comes to other content creators or other links or other things like that. I always want everybody, even the work that you guys do and share with the show, I always want everybody to be highlighted, and that's why we always put your name, whatever you choose, and I even send you the logos before we make the final go ahead and get anything made. So it always is customizable. I want to, and there's always going to be a series number, like the mod hoodies. They're all diamonds. So it's a specific series of just mod hoodies that have a special diamond for them. Everybody else that would purchase one of these, it's all going to be in a series. So it's going to be numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and all the way up. So depending on when I do open up the orders for them, whoever gets the first one's getting mod hoodie 1. Whoever gets the second one is getting mod hoodie 2. Not mod hoodie, but angel hoodie 2, 3, 4, and it's all going to be numbered as well when it comes to the clothing, because I want everybody to feel, like if they really did, with the support and they're going extra and beyond, it's like, why not reward them too? Yeah, this person got the third hoodie, so why not reward that way as well? So there's little Easter eggs that I love to do in my shows, my thumbnails, everything that I do. And I just told you the little Easter eggs when it comes to all that. Now there's been some hiccups because it is kind of difficult to try and get a lot of this stuff completed and produced just based off of the economy and other things that are going on. So, but that's why I haven't launched that much of it yet. I just kind of did a couple shirts, and then in this right here. But we're going to be getting those kinked out, and then I should be having something coming up soon. But if you are interested in this, because this is already in production, it already can be made, do me a favor, just reach out to me for your interest. Let me know, and I'll let everybody know in a live, in a community post when something is available, when I'm going to start taking orders. So I appreciate that. So I'm going to go ahead and end the show. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, mods, for all your hard work, too. I appreciate it. And you get a special edition because you were OGs. And when it comes to the show logo on the front, that means you are a fucking OG. And you know what I mean, mods. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Everybody, thank you for your support. Thank you for hanging out. I'm going to be taking a little break here, getting some supper, getting a little chill time with maybe some video games or something for like 20 minutes. And then we're going to get ready for the game night tonight. I can't wait. Yes, everybody, rewatch the court hearing. Take your notes. We're going to be going through this court hearing hardcore tomorrow night. 7:30 Eastern. I might even be on a little bit earlier than that. Just look out for the notification. I'll be putting that out later on. And then tomorrow I'm going to try and get on for like 2 hours so we can cover some of these missing children and missing persons and a lot of the other breaking news that's been coming out. So we'll be having a show tomorrow morning, just a little teeny show, and then I think I'm going to try and bump everything at night up a little bit. So just let me know. Sorry we couldn't get into any calls. We can do that tomorrow, definitely, for sure. Both nights, because I'm going to be wanting to take phone calls tomorrow morning and tomorrow night when we discuss either cases that we're going to be talking about. But definitely check out that hearing again. Take some notes. Let's go into it together. We're going to break it down hardcore tomorrow night, 8:30 Eastern. I'll see you guys later tonight if you're hanging out in the game show. Otherwise, I'll see you either 2 times tomorrow. Thank you for your support. Appreciate it. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. And if you're not subscribed, please consider it. We'll see you in a bit. Thank you all for your support and for hanging out today, because without you, I wouldn't be here. You guys mean everything.
Someone shot there. Try that one more time for me. 847 Fulton. 847 Fulton, okay.